Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jimothy Stubble Bubble, and I have the honor and privilege of introducing to you episode 2 of perhaps the most amazing up-and-coming D&D campaign on Twitch. This is called Wayfarers, and this is set in a world far, far away, filled with wizards, spells, magic, demons, and birds. There are 3 characters who just met in the last episode. They acquainted with one another. They tricked some guards and some shopkeepers to spring the tiefling out of jail. What's in store for them this time? They very nearly defeated a giant octopus monster that was in a lake. Who knows why? I don't know why. But they defeated it, and they proceeded in their boats in a quest for some blacksmith who had been brutally kidnapped by perhaps circus performers or whatnot. This time, Apoptosis, the Goblin King himself, once again, will be the dungeon master. Apoptosis, we've got Mendax of Cockeyed Gaming, Exile 5 Pig, who is Nigel the Wizard, and Carl, the Kenku Barbarian of the Bird People. Apoptosis, Goblin King, take it away. That was fun. Thank you for letting me do that. I asked Neuro, and he was okay with it, so.
Always good to see Jimothy. It is always a good time. Yes, fantastic job introducing and reminding everybody where we were at. So, just a quick recap of the last session. You guys are out on the Lake of Lakewood. You defeated the octopus, just barely. Somehow, Call escaped all damage, which just means that I have to amp up the next combats for you guys. So that's okay. Yeah, but now you guys have a bit of a moment to kind of collect yourselves. If you remember, we pretty much ended the session right after the combat. So if there's anything you want to do, if there's anything you need to do to kind of collect yourselves, make sure everyone's okay. Call, you're now kind of covered in this bluish black ichor and slime. So might be appropriate for you to wash off a little bit, although now the lake and the area around your boat is starting to sort of pool with this, again, that same black and blue sludge as the corpse of the octopus floats away.
Ugh. Ugh. Ew. Sea creatures are gross. Ugh. Is there any on my back?
Only a lot.
Yeah,
only a lot.
Perfect. Yeah, so Mendax and Nigel, you guys are still in the other boat. You were pretty safe from harm, and you did a good job dispatching of this octopus before Call was grabbed and drugged beneath the ocean. Do you guys want to change up at all? Who's in what boat? Who's behind? Any sort of swapping of people you want to do now? It is starting to get a little bit dark, so you feel maybe you should be a little quick, but you have some time to do any changes you need to do before you reach the edge or the other side of the lake, which you think you'll be upon here pretty quick.
Well, apologies. The drilling party upstairs appears to have started again in full force, so I might be microing my my mute button a little on and off. So if I go a little silent, don't worry. It turns out there's some very excitable construction going on upstairs. They were quiet for a little bit there. They're back on it. Hopefully it'll finish soon. The boats are undamaged, right?
Yeah, your boat is certainly undamaged. Neuro. Yeah, your boat's fine. It's a little scuffed up, and there's some chips of wood that have sort of been peeled off the side, but nothing that you think is going to make you sink. I mean, again, you're not like an expert boatman, but it looks okay. It's a little scuffed up, but it's okay. You'll make it.
And can we see how far the shore, the north end of the lake is? It's nighttime now, right?
It's getting to nighttime, so it's getting dark very quickly. You off in the distance, so towards your objective, you start to see the sort of rock formations jutting out of the water, actually. And you beyond that can start to see what looks like where the waves are coming up on a bit of a shore. In front of you, though, is kind of blocking your entire field of view after the lake is this kind of massive cliff face, and waterfalls are sort of coming down into the lake as well. So you do think that you are pretty close to the end. You can start to hear the beginnings of the waterfalls kind of rumbling in the distance. So not too much longer until you reach your objective.
I propose we make haste towards the north end of the lake. Clean the goop off your feathers and let's get moving. You can stay in that boat. We'll stay in this one. Let's try and get to those falls and see if there's anything hidden up there.
Nigel, be careful.
Agreed.
You should exercise caution. I believe I just heard a huge swarm of bees nearby.
I think I ate something a little bit off for lunch. I'm not
Oh,
sure I should have
no.
trusted what they served at that inn back
I
there.
need to change boats. I need to change boats.
Oh goodness gracious!
Perhaps it's best if you do. I wouldn't wish this upon too many.
Okay, I would like to change boats.
Okay, so you hop into the slime-covered boat with Call. Sounds good.
It still smells better.
Probably. All right, so yeah, you guys are able to continue making your way. Let's go ahead and so now we have Colin Mendax in one boat. We got Nigel in the other one. All three of you guys, go ahead, roll an athletics check. Let's just make sure this last stretch of the lake here doesn't prove any difficulties for you. And then let me know what you roll.
Which is that one? Just the D20?
Yep, D20. Add your athletics.
Ooh!
That sounded
Mine's
good.
No! One
Our
moment.
boat might be fucked.
No,
I rolled
jeez.
an 8.
Okay,
A
Call.
glorious 9.
A
Yeah.
5.
Oh God. All right. No, your boat's not fucked, but you guys are definitely starting to feel the wear and tear. It takes you a lot longer to get to the edge of the lake than you anticipate. And before you actually reach now the edge, you start to see, yes, so you see the waterfalls. Go ahead, also roll a perception check. It is now completely dark, and you have to really slow down to make sure that you don't ram headfirst into one of these sort of stone pillars that are kind of coming out of the water.
16.
Everyone, go ahead. Yeah, so 16, cool.
A solid
13.
6.
Okay. So 16. So Call, you spotted out actually on the horizon, behind one of the waterfalls. Actually, you actually make out a bit of a light. You think that from the way that it's kind of flickering, it's probably a campfire. What do you want to do?
Ooh! You see that
It's
light?
off in the distance.
Do you see that light off in the distance behind the waterfall? It could be a campfire. I suggest we investigate at once.
Awesome. So you guys going to just make a straight line towards that light? What is the plan?
I will take a
You can
zigzag pattern
now-
like this.
Yeah, so we have another map up for you guys. Let me go ahead and share that with you real quick. I think Cobra is a lot faster than me, even though I asked him to put it up. So yeah, you guys, I'll go ahead and post it in our Discord here. That is what the rough area of terrain you guys are in. You can see now the shore behind some of these giant pillars in kind of mounds of stone. So yeah, what is the plan? Going straight for that light? Are you going to try to dock maybe a ways away and inspect? What do you guys want to do?
And it looks like we could probably make our way along the shore, right? So I propose that we head a little bit west and try to make landfall maybe a couple 100 meters or yards west. Are you with
Okay.
me, guys?
Agreed.
Of course.
But you have to stay downwind.
Fair enough. I suppose I deserve that.
I have known that humans can be very flatulent given the right diet.
Incredible. It's been 2 or 3 minutes. We're already devolved into fart jokes. Amazing. I can't believe it.
It might make his boat go faster now that only one person is rowing.
Okay, so
They say last one's a rotten egg, right?
You guys are able to land the boats successfully enough, about 200 we'll say yards down the shore. You want to be careful. You want to be a really good distance away. You can still see the light in the distance, but a lot of the sound is now being drowned out by these raging waterfalls. They kind of fall and then flow onto the land itself, so you will need to be a bit careful as the rocks and stone, the ground, if you will, is a bit slick and wet. But beyond that, you guys are able to now get back on land, much to the happiness of everyone. You're not having to rock around in a boat at night when you can't see and get all seasick anymore. So the light is about 200 yards in front of you guys. You're too far away at the moment to make out exactly what it is. What would you like to do?
Is there any form of cover between us and the campfire that we could run to quickly and silently?
Well, the run to quickly and silently part, you could certainly try. The cover part, from where you are now, you're not seeing anything that you can really hide behind. It is very, very dark where you are, so you cannot see anything in the way. The only thing you might be able to do, the waterfalls don't perfectly follow the cliff face. You might be able to sneak behind a few of those and try to make your way through it that way. But besides that, you're going to have a difficult time really hiding behind anything until you get closer. Maybe you might see something when you get closer. You can't tell from this distance, though.
Just before we go, I'd like to try and pick up a couple of stones, kind of trying to get one about 1 or 2 pounds, and just throw them in my pockets for potential magical usage later.
Okay.
Stones around, easy find.
Easy find. You can grab as many as you'd like, however many you want. You can
I'll grab 3.
You can have 3 rocks now. Perfect. Yep, they are in your pocket.
What?
One side of your body is a little bit heavier than the other.
Nobody told me we were going to a stoning. I would have brought my best stones. I have 4 good ones at home. I would like to get some stones too, for the stoning.
Yep, there's stones everywhere. You can have as many stones as you like.
I will get 4 stones.
Got 4 stones.
I would also like to get. I'm not going to be left
I
out
was
of a
going to
good
ask.
stoning.
You want some stones as well?
I would like to have 5 stones.
Okay, you can have 5 stones. They're all yours. They're all yours. You can have 6.
Well, I
However
don't want to
many
be
you want.
greedy.
Okay. The land is now devoid of stones. The whole area clean. There are no more stones. Oh, sweet God.
Mendux.
Yes.
So, I noticed you've got light fingers. Are your feet half as light as your fingers? If you could take point and scout for us. I'm not used to these dirty outdoors, and I'm afraid I will kick up a noise and a stink. If you could scout ahead, perhaps you could take cover and hide as we look for these caves.
Yeah, I could do that. I mean, said the only woman. That's fine. I'll go ahead and do it. I'd like to make my way behind the waterfalls to get a bit closer.
Okay, so we'll try and stay just about maybe 20 yards behind or something like that, like not too far, so we can still help, but just, yeah.
Okay, so you're going to follow her, but you're going to let Mendax lead about 20 yards. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then, sure, sounds great. Are you guys also trying to dip behind the waterfalls, or?
Yes, also trying to sneak and just follow her trail.
Okay, sounds good. So whoever's trying to be sneaky, go ahead and roll a stealth. Tell me what you get. You can take this with advantage. So what that means is you can roll 2d20 and take the highest one. The reason for that is because it is quite dark outside, and there is really loud waterfall noises around you, so it's covering your sounds a bit.
16.
Well, as much as I said I'm not used to the outdoors, 22.
That's pretty damn good.
And I have a 15.
Okay. Yes, Mendax, with you taking point, it is no issue for you to find your way across the slick terrain, even kind of trying to hide behind these waterfalls as best you can. You guys are definitely going to get soaked by doing this. Like I said, it's not perfectly in line with the cliff, but it's enough that you're definitely getting splashed. These aren't so raging rapids that you're going to get swept away. But it's still enough to sort of cover your movements. Mendax, yeah, you move up, you're 20 yards ahead. That's just kind of enough for the party to still maintain eye contact with you. Nigel has to strain a bit. Neuro, I think, is easily able to see you. I think Kenkus have dark vision, if I'm not mistaken. So you move up. You move up to the edge, and you actually see, which is displayed on the map as well, a boat is now kind of pushed up against the cliff face, and you are now probably within 30 feet of the fire. When you move up and you're sort of now seeing this big boat that's pushed up to the side, you do make out two humanoid sort of shadows around the fire. Too far away to hear them, but you do see them.
Okay. I'm going to motion my compatriots to move closer.
Okay. Yeah, they can see you, and if they'd like to, they can move closer. That's fine.
I will proceed.
Shuffle in.
Okay.
All right, everyone's together.
Carl, we both have dark vision. Do you see these two silhouettes?
Yes.
What can you, knowing what you do about human body language, do they look very threatening to you?
If I had to guess, they're probably less flatulent than Nigel is today.
That's a very low bar. It's a very low bar.
I don't know. I don't know too much. It's hard to see. I think I still have some of the ink from the octopus in my eyes.
Just put your face in the waterfall. It'll be fine. How far away are we?
I think I said you're about 30 feet.
About 30 feet.
Can I perceive anything about them?
Where they are standing currently, their backs are to you, and you can see clearly now that the light source is indeed a fireplace that is sort of in front of this cave opening. So basically, to put it into perspective, the map that I have drawn is fairly accurate. The only difference is there is essentially a waterfall. The cliff mountain kind of comes out, and then a waterfall falls down. Behind that is the campfire with the two individuals. Their backs are to you, and they are between you and the fire, so you can only see essentially black silhouettes. You see this kind of massive boat on your left side. Well, not massive, but it's a big boat. And then the opening to the cave further into the mountain.
I have
Does
an
that make
idea.
sense?
So we can. Is there room between the cliffs and the boat that we could continue to follow along the cliff all the way to the opening?
That's a good question. Let's leave it to chance. Is there enough for you to squeeze through? No, there really isn't. They did a great job pushing this up to the edge of the cliff here. You could certainly try to climb up on top of it and go through that way if you wanted to, but as far as sneaking between the mountain and the boat, that's not going to happen.
Okay, since I'm going point, I'm happy to climb up the boat. You two can stay here. If I get spotted, it's just me.
Wait.
And you still have your stones
Wait.
for a stoning.
Wait, I have an idea to distract them.
Carl, what is your idea?
Oh, God.
As a Kenku, we are well versed in the ways of mimicking sounds and projecting them in ways. I will create a sound that sounds like it's by them, and they will deliberate amongst each other, and that will give us an opportunity to advance.
I think that's an excellent idea. What sound do you propose to make?
You're just gonna have to trust me.
Seems fair.
Yep.
Should
I like it.
Should I roll?
Let's see. Tell me what your intention is, and I will let you know if you need to roll.
I would like to make a fart sound that echoes against the wall that they're facing.
No, you can just do that.
And they won't know. They won't know who did it. And they will debate and blame each other. Okay.
How loud? Oh my god! Why have I let this happen? Yeah. So, how loud are we trying to make this? Because keep in mind there are waterfalls going around you.
Would you like me to demonstrate again? Put it an 8. At an 8.
At an 8? Okay.
An exceptionally loud font, but not the loudest of all time.
Okay. Let me see. Go ahead, and I believe the way that mimicry works, I cannot believe I'm about to do this for a fart noise. I think you have to roll a deception. So you have to roll a deception check, and they have to roll a perception, I think. Let me see how this is done to see if they believe that the fart noise is genuine or not. Or if they can tell. They might be real scholars, these guys.
This is the beauty of D&D. Looking up the fart mechanics.
It's an insight that I roll?
Roll a deception check.
Oh, okay. 14.
14. Let's see. Hold on. I think as a Kenku, you might have... You have advantage on check. Nope, never mind. Okay, yeah, you're good. 14. Let's see if the two individuals over there can ascertain that these are fake fart noises. Or not. No, they certainly don't. You cannot hear what they say, but they look startled. They definitely have no idea what's going on, and they move away from the campfire towards the east end of the cliff face. And they draw their swords. You can see in the they draw their swords, and they're walking kind of cautiously over, to the east. So they leave their campfire. So what would you like to do now? Wow, that was incredible. It fucking worked. I'm so disappointed in these bandits.
We Kenku can mimic any sound that we hear. And it worked. Should we advance? Do you think they're hostile?
I think if they weren't before, they might be now. I think we should advance. I think we should keep moving forward while they're distracted.
I'll follow.
Okay, so you guys are, by moving forward, you mean you're going into the cave? Or is that...
Or we went,
Stealthily tiptoeing into the cave. Or tip-taloning in my case, because I have talons, not toes.
Before we go in, should we put a hole in their boat? We don't know that they're enemies, but we don't know that they're not.
You could just put the stones in the boat.
That's
by now, the two individuals, they're out of sight of you guys, just to give you an idea that time is still kind of passing.
I don't think we have time to put a hole in. It might make a lot of noise as well.
That's true. Okay, then I just say, let's go to the cave.
To the cave.
Okay, and are you guys going all three together? This is kind of paused on the game, so you can decide. All three together, got it. Stealthing, or are you just gun blazing?
Stealth.
We're stealth.
Definitely stealth.
Okay, sounds good. We can keep what you guys rolled before. Just wanted to check what the intention was of everyone. Okay, yes, you're able to make it to the cave. You don't think you've raised any alarm other than those guys hearing the loudest fart of their life, which has kind of shocked them. They experienced something new today, that's for sure. Yeah, and you enter this cave after a moment of sort of darkness. You turn around a bend and you see some light. There is a big opening into what looks like to be a fairly spacious room. Upon first glance, who would be going first in this trio? If somebody had to enter a room first, who would it be?
I believe it'd be
Any
Mendax,
volunteers?
but it could be
That'd be
Kroll as
me.
well.
Okay, Mendax. Yeah, so you're the first to see. You do a quick scan. You don't see anybody in this room, and on the other end of the room, you do see kind of another opening that progresses further and further into this cave. But what you do see is a lot of empty boxes, and there's sort of trash and it looks like broken open goods kind of all over, pushed to the different sides of the room, with like a makeshift little pathway through a bunch of the essentially what looks like trash. Um, yeah, there's all sorts of different boxes and crates. Some of them have seals that you can tell were used for transporting food. Some of them look like they may have been transporting like cloth. Some of them, some like maybe simple arms and stuff like that. But for the most part, that's what you're seeing in this room. It is a fairly wet cave. The ground is still sort of drenched with this water that's coming down from the cliff, from the waterfalls. It's a bit of like a compact sand and clay mixture now that you're inside of the actual mountain itself. The walls are illuminated with some simple torches. Maybe every 15 feet or so, you see one. This room, approximately, oh, it's about 25 feet by 10 feet or so in a rough oval shape. The walls of the cave look fairly natural, but you can see towards the other end, it does start to look like there were some crude sort of adjustments and modifications made to the cave wall. What you can tell is that this probably was a natural cave that occurred, and then whether it was these guys or someone else has made it easier to traverse deeper and deeper inside. Anything you guys want to try to do in this first room? You want to head to the next area? What would you like to do? Let's start with Mendax. Mendax, what do you want to do?
I'd like to search through a couple boxes just very quickly
Okay.
and in passing,
Um,
just to make sure we're not missing anything.
sure, no problem. We'll pause that. And Nigel and Call, what would you like to do? Mendax looks like she's going to start searching some boxes.
And so this is just a big open cave that we're in. And is there an exit down the far end? Or
Yep, you
can we...
see. Yep, you see at the far end of the cave, there's an opening. You can't see exactly where it heads off to as it turns to the right fairly quickly, but you do see that there is more to this area.
Don't tarry too long. Remember, the dwarf is our target, and those bandits might come back in from the doorways. And I will walk over to the far end, continuing to sneak to try to kind of keep an eye out down the far passageway to make sure nobody stumbles upon us.
Okay, awesome. Carl, what would you like to do in this room that you're in here?
I would like to find out where those two went off to. Are there any tracks
You want to go back
or
outside?
any signs of what they might be doing? I would like to go take a peek. I don't want them following us.
Okay, so you're gonna peek outside again to see if they're coming back in or something like that.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Mendax, go ahead and roll a d20. Just a straight up d20.
17.
17. Very nice roll. You just actually made exactly what you needed. Yeah, you search around. A lot of this is just pretty much like I mentioned before, discarded waste. It looks like there's some scraps of cloth and food. You don't get a particularly pleasant scent from this area, but what you do actually find, being that you are so versed in opening secret compartments and things like that, you see on one of the crates that is labeled for cloth shipping that there is actually a compartment that is hidden within one of the panels. And upon inspecting it and opening it, you see two vials of red liquid that are held within the compartment. You immediately know that these are healing potions.
I would like to take those healing potions.
Yeah, absolutely. You are no stranger to this. They're not the most common thing in the world, but they're always a welcome sight when you see it. Yeah, you take those. Those are yours. It's an action to drink them, and they will heal you for some damage. So if you're ever wounded, or someone else's. Yes, Nigel. As you progress down, you make it to the other side, no problem. Nothing pops out at you, anything like that. You do make it down to the far side of the room, and you sort of peek around the side, and you see that the cave narrows into basically like a 5-foot span. There are some natural, what is it? Is it stalactites that hang from the
Yeah,
ceiling?
stalagmites or stalactites. I
The
always get them
stalagmites
confused.
come up, stalactites come down, I think.
Stalactites that are coming down from the ceiling of the cave and dripping with this dew. You can see there's some kind of fungus and mold that is starting to grow on those. But what you do also see, this pathway is lit. It goes down approximately a total of 30 feet, actually. It's a pretty long hallway. And you see that there are 3 doors that are set into the walls, one at the far side of the hallway and 2 on either side about halfway down. So that is what you see from going over there and taking a peek over there. Neuro, Call, you look outside just to take a look and see if those bandits are approaching or what they are doing. What are they doing? How would they react after hearing the loudest fart in their life? Huh. They are back at the campfire. They're back at the campfire, and they're just kind of like shrugging their shoulders. And you roll a perception check. Let's actually see if you can like hone your hearing to see what they're saying or not.
20.
20. Yeah, absolutely. You hear what these guys are saying. You between the waterfall noises, it is still pretty loud, so you're only able to catch sort of bits and pieces. But one of them goes, you hear it for sure. I thought it was a fucking bear that made that noise. And then the other guy he's putting his hands up. You're strained to hear anymore, but you can essentially tell they're just talking about the fart. Congratulations.
Can I tell that they're actually bandits, or they could just be people?
I mean, there are certainly people from this side. Yeah, you actually get a better look at them, wouldn't you? Because now the fire is in front of them instead of, rather, yeah, it's in front of them. So you can actually take a look, and they are certainly rough-looking folk. Would have encountered bandits in the past? Yeah, I guess so. Probably on your adventures. The forest is not a particularly safe place. Yeah, these guys, they don't look particularly intelligent. They're adorned with some simple armor. It looks like it's made out of various different sort of hides and leathers, sort of piecemealed together. They're not all uniform and looking as one. You can't tell any discernible crest or badge or anything like that, so you get the feeling these guys are not soldiers. They do have at their sides are some basic sword scimitar type weapon, and on the back of one of them is a crossbow. They look like they haven't bathed for days, and generally they look like unfun people to get to know. But you don't know that for sure. Maybe they're super nice. Who knows? But they are bandits. Let's just essentially say you put 2 and 2 together. Sounds good, bandits.
Oh, I want to mess with them again.
Well, listen, my friend, this is Dungeons and Dragons. I just tell you what happens. You can do whatever you want.
What if it was just a medium? Just so that they didn't think it was a bear.
You tell me, man.
I would like to roll a deception.
All right, go for it. What are we trying to accomplish? Same direction, same area?
Yes, and I rolled a 20.
Okay, let's see if they figure it out this time. Nope, This son of a gunner, dude. Yeah, one of them it goes off this time on their own, while the other one sort of throws his hands in the air and takes his crossbow out and aims it in that direction.
No.
Anything else you want to do?
I would like to cackle quietly to myself.
You certainly accomplished that. Yeah. So you have thoroughly confused the fuck out of these bandits.
Good.
And your companions inside start to wonder where you're at.
I would like to go back and then report to them that we are now 2 steps ahead of their plan.
Take that however you want to.
Good.
All right. Carl, what did you see? What did you see out there?
Well, they seem to be 2 simple bandits. One of them has a crossbow, and both of them are thoroughly confused. I heard them over say that they thought that a bear snuck into the cave, farted, and then left. But then, out of the shadows, there was another and they were debating amongst each other of who did it. But it was me.
Excellent work, Carl. Excellent work.
Thank you.
Should we catch up
Is
with
it
Nigel?
Is it
Yes.
excellent work? Are we really rewarding this? Okay.
What are
all right.
those idiots
You know,
doing back
I
over
think
there?
it is quite a talent to be able to impersonate the farts of both human beings and bears.
All right. If you say so. Fair enough. Yeah. What do you want to do? You found these healing potions. Are you going to keep it to yourself, by the way, that you found these?
No, I'll let them know.
Okay. You're very kind.
We should catch up with Nigel, and once we catch up with Nigel, I will tell everyone that. Hey, look what I found. I've got it, and you don't.
You have potions?
Yes, I have 2 healing potions. This is what happens when you look through empty boxes instead of farting.
Could I please have them?
Perhaps in the future. I'll hold on to them now because they fit very nicely in my corset. But should you be in need of a healing potion in the future, if by chance you let one rip so viciously you injure yourself, I've got your back with these potions, Carl.
You know, I was making that sound right with my beak.
Well, I don't know how powerful it is. Maybe you injure your beak.
Oh.
What if you did a kraken fart?
Oh.
That can't
I
be
know
physically
that-
possible.
It's a good
At this
point.
point, you start to question whether or not this is this is where you should be in your life. You start to question every moment that led you to this place.
Wait, who did? Me?
I've been
or
questioning that
Nigel?
for quite a while. What are those fools down the other end of this cavern talking about? What bloody sneaking into a bandit's lair?
Well, Mendax, just to put it into your notes, I love potions more than anything else ever. Even just a simple healing potion. It just, you know, it's the best. So if you don't need it, you know who to talk to.
Excellent. Good. I will keep that in mind.
Good.
Very much. But, you know, until then, I will keep it very close to myself, laced up tightly, where I can keep an eye on it at all times. For no particular reason.
Okay.
But just so you know, I know where they're at, and I know how much I have. Let's go catch up with Nigel, shall we?
Yes.
Nigel's somehow staying awake. Yes, you guys have caught up with Nigel. When you go to the bend where Nigel is standing, now tapping his feet, waiting for you guys to come along, as it would be, Mendax, roll a perception check.
I have... Oh, wait, perception. 14.
14. All right, carry on.
About time you two caught up. I won't even ask what was keeping you.
Well, Carl was doing the Lord's work. And I was
Lord.
finding healing potions.
Well, good for you then.
Well, could be
There's
good for
3
me.
doors ahead in this in this passageway, and I suggest we make haste before somebody stumbles upon us. I'd rather be the one sneaking up on them than the other way around. I think we should take the left door first, halfway down this passageway. And you should take the lead again, Mendex.
All right, I could do that. That's not a problem. Why the left door?
Well, I've read many tales of adventurers, heroes, and more, but I've actually once stumbled upon a tome that had a statistical analysis of the most effective patterns of finding your way through dungeons without interrupting any large groups of enemies, monsters, or falling prey to any traps. And that rule that holds is actually that one must always take the left door, and one will never be lost and will always find his way both in and out of the best situations. And I'm not really sure how that holds in practice, but I'm very eager to find out.
Wow, I'm not even gonna fucking lie. The other two doors are locked, and the left door is the one that's open. So that's
Ooh!
I found that tome under my master's in his secret
This is
collection.
why
I'm
books
pretty-
are
I wasn't
so
meant to read it.
important.
It's
God
amazing
damn.
how wizards unlock the secrets of the universe.
in tap with the metaverse of the game. Impressive. That's him. That was actually kind of incredible. I was like, wow, all right. Yeah, totally. Mendax, yes, you head down first into this hallway. You don't see anything that is any cause for alarm, and upon trying the left door, you just kind of jiggle the handle as it would be. They're just simple wooden doors. You can see that the one at the end of the hall is a bit more ornate than the other ones, but this door does appear to be unlocked. You guys can hear through the other side that there is some chatter that's going on. People are talking. You make out at least 3 voices, possibly up to 5.
So jiggle the hand up a little bit. It's a little bit loose. We can get in. I hear
Yeah.
some voices.
Oh,
Can I
everyone.
crack the door open? Will the door make a noise if I crack the door open just slightly? How old is this? How old looking is this door?
It's not a new door, but you are no door maker, so I wouldn't say you would necessarily know just from that how long. It's
I mean,
been.
I have built stage doors. I did work in the theater. I've built many stage doors. Okay,
It's pretty old. It's not the newest door in the world. These guys didn't didn't get this one recently. Let's say.
Is there
Uh,
still ichor
go
all over the back of Carl that I could use to grease the hinges before I try to push this door open a crack?
Ooh, I like that a lot, but he went underneath a lot of waterfalls, so he's pretty clean now. He's pretty clean.
Oh, well, good for
No,
him.
yeah, no.
Were you
no
admiring
sticky-
my feathers? They are pretty
They-
nice and lustrous.
Quite
In the right
nice.
light, they look reflective with some other colors.
iridescent bird wings? You do see some light that is coming underneath the door. You feel pretty confident you could creak it open just a little bit. You've certainly tried to make your way through many different precarious situations. You've gotten a good sense of feeling for when the door hinges are about to kind of creak. So,
That's
are you wanting to open the door a bit?
I am. I'd like to open the door just a crack so that we can hear better.
Sure, yeah. You do so. You stop it. You maybe open it, maybe just an inch or two, so that the sound comes out of the room. Yeah, there are some people. They're arguing. You can hear gruff male voices. Now that you have a better sense, you can hear that it is about 4. What you think is 4 people that are inside of that room. They seem to be arguing about something and complaining that they're hungry. It sounds like they're gambling.
I would like to report back to my compatriots about what I've heard.
I think they're right next to you.
I thought I went
think they-
first.
Oh,
Did they come
I don't
quick?
know.
Oh.
I
Is
guess
that- is that-
we've stacked up right behind you at this point, and it kind of
Okay.
pressed against the wall, so I guess we can hear as well.
Yeah, you guys all hear what's happening. Yeah, you cannot see in though unless you were to try to crack the door open further.
What do
Well,
you
I must
think?
admit, I'm a little outmatched in this situation, and we're a ragtag bunch. I think it's a safe gamble that they're probably not going to be too happy about us being here in their caves. What do you think of simply surprising them and attacking?
One of my favorite things in the entire world to do is actually just kicking open doors unexpectedly. So I fully support this plan. And we all, do you have rocks? We did come for a stoning.
We do have rocks.
I might use some flame in favor of the stones, but they might come in handy.
How's about this? You give us one of the health potions, and then we'll help you with the surprise attack.
How about we do the surprise attack, and if you live through it, I let you look at the health potion.
Oh, okay.
Oh, by the way, Mendax, you can add those health potions to your equipment there as well, just so you don't forget that they're there. Okay, sounds good. So it sounds like we're going for the kick open the door strategy. I like it. What is the plan? Who's making the plan? How are you guys doing this?
Whoever wants the honors of kicking in the door, I'll let you go first. I'm not exactly built for kicking in doors.
I thought we already opened the door.
It's cracked. It's not all the way open. It's the perfect amount of open for kicking.
It is a good kicking opening now.
So we should kick it.
Absolutely. I do love kicking. So I would
Give
very
it
much
a
like
kick.
to be the person that kicks this door open.
Let's go.
Okay.
Which, I mean, it's going to be very... We don't know how they're going to react. I could kick this door open and they could just be like, oh, what's going on? We're just here having a good time, being lonely or talking about food. Or they're going to be very angry. I think we should have our weapons out.
I plan to set them on fire the moment the door comes open.
Oh,
I'm not
excellent.
going to wait.
Perfect. Even better. Okay,
So this
I'm
isn't
going
a
to kick this-
stoning? I thought we were going to a stoning. Well, I have 4 good stones. I will throw them.
Excellent. I will kick this door.
Very well.
Okay.
You open the door, I'll throw some stones, and then get my halberd, and if they still want to fight, we'll chop them up.
Excellent plan.
Perfect.
But where does the farting come in?
No, it went out.
Jesus. Okay. No. You kick open the door. Oh god. before we somehow work farting into this plan. You kick the door open. And in front of you, it's a pretty narrow passageway into the room, but you can only see 2 of the people so far. They quickly turn around. You can see that they're sitting at this big table. One of them is facing you and kind of stands up with his head cocked to the side, and the other one turns around without getting out of his seat. You guys will all have 1 turn to do something before they will get to act. So go ahead at this point and roll initiative, we'll say. And that will determine who's going in what order.
A 2.
Also,
5.
a 2 for me as well.
Oh boy. All right. So we got good thing you guys surprised these guys.
Oh, wait,
Nigel
you,
with the
you do get bonuses on initiative, right? Oh, +2. I got 4.
Okay, great. Yes, you do have an initiative bonus.
Oh.
Cole, did you take
I guess I have
that
an
too?
8.
No, I didn't. That puts me at a 5.
Ah, okay. So usually whenever I call for any kind of roll, there's probably going to be a plus to something, unless I say just a straight D20 roll, just so you guys know for the future. So if you're not adding anything and you can't find it, you can just ask me and I'll let you know. But yeah, okay. So Mendax with an 8, you kick the door open and they wheel around. What are you going to do?
I'm
You're staring
going to drop to one knee so that Carl has a better range of motion for throwing stones over top of my head. And I'm going to take my bow out and notch an arrow.
Okay, you do so. Would you like to shoot that arrow?
Absolutely. At the closest person.
Yeah, the guy who turned around in his seat without getting up.
Yes,
Go
that's
ahead
very rude. When a
and-
lady comes in, he should stand up.
Well, you're about to teach him what for. Go ahead and roll to hit with that.
15.
15. That is certainly gonna hit. Did you just to check that hits already? But did you add your attack modifiers to that?
Oh, no, I did not.
Okay, just so you know, those have attack modifiers. So you even got higher than 15. I think if you go to your actions page, it'll say
Okay.
actions, and you'll see. I think you have bow that's listed there.
Oh, yeah. Short
Yep.
bow plus 5.
Might come in handy in the future when you fight some tougher enemies. But regardless, that is absolutely enough to hit this guy. Go ahead and roll the damage for that short bow, which I see here is listed as D6 plus 3.
It's 5.
5. Very nice. Is that with the plus 3?
That's with the plus 3.
Excellent. All right. Yes, your arrow slams into this guy's back, and you can see it protruding towards the front of his shoulder, and he lets out this grunt and grimace as he looks down at this arrow that's stabbed into his shoulder, and blood starts kind of streaming down the side of his body. So you have done him a heckin' damage. Very nicely done. Let's say next would be Call. Call, what would you like to do?
I would like to take the largest of the stones that I found and throw it over Mendax and at one of those foul bandits.
Alrighty, so you are going to make essentially what's called an improvised weapon attack here. Meaning that you're not trained in using this and you're not by any means a stone throwing expert. So make a D20 roll. I don't think you get any bonuses to this. Let me see if there is a improvised, like an improvised throw or something like
I
that.
rolled a 6.
All right, I'll tell you that pretty much no matter what we're going to possibly add to that, you are gonna miss. Who are you trying to hit? Were you trying to hit the one that got shot with the arrow, or the one behind him?
What have I missed? Yes,
Well, which one were you?
the
which
one
were
who
you
had
hitting?
the arrow in him.
Okay, the one with the arrow on him. You throw it, makes it about halfway to his location. He's still too concerned with this arrow that's in his shoulder to really care or even notice that you've done anything. So the only ones who saw that were your friends.
Could I shout something at him?
Yeah, of course.
Happy stoning!
He's screaming in pain with this arrow coming out of his shoulder. Would you like to move?
Yes, I would like to advance in a zigzag pattern kind of forward and to the side. Not directly at them, but in their general direction. So I'm out of the line of fire of the great wizard who's going to shoot things. Or stone them.
So
He could stone them too.
So you want to move into the room, is that right?
Into the room.
Okay. To do that, you're going to have to hop over Mendax, but she is crouched down, so you'll get a advantage to this roll. But just letting you know, I mean, you could possibly trip. Do you still want to do it?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and roll in acrobatics. So that's advantage. So you get to roll 2d20, take the highest one, and add your acrobatics.
15.
Yeah, you are able to nimbly jump over Mendax, who is so kind as to crouch down for you. And you move into this room and kind of over to the left, so you're out of the striking area of Nigel's fire or whatever the heck he's going to do. And as you do so, you see two other bandits that have now stood up on the other side of the room. They were all seated at a table. You can quickly see that there are dice, cards, and a couple of coins on the table. So you have three people that are looking at you right now, and one guy looking at his shoulder. Just to give you an idea of what you got there. Perfect. So Nigel's
time to bring fire, death, and destruction.
Yes, indeed. What do we do?
The most vanilla kind of fire, death, and destruction, actually. We're just going to start with a firebolt thrown over Mendax's head at the dude with the arrow in his back. And let's get those rolls going. So We have a +5 spell attack. I'm trying to remember how to roll for this.
Yes, so this
It is
considered.
+5 to hit.
Yep, you got it. It's a ranged attack, so you have to roll as if you were trying to hit them, which is what you're trying to do. Spells sometimes it's either going to be a hit or it's going to be they have a check or a save. In this case, you just are aiming a firebolt at this guy and blasting one off, my friend. So go ahead and give me a d20 +5.
Yeah, we got an 11. 6 plus
Yeah,
5.
that's gonna do it. Go ahead and give me some damage.
Beautiful. And that's 1d10. Yes, 1d10. Ah, 1.
Oh, nice. You're able to hurl a firebolt at this guy. Mendax, you feel this wave of heat sort of pass over your head, maybe singeing some of the hairs that have been unruly for the day, as it is quite humid. And you now smell a little bit of that singed hair. Very unpleasant. But you do see this firebolt kind of smack into the side, right actually where the arrow was located. It kind of fizzles out a little bit there at the end, but you do see singed skin and flesh that have basically now almost cauterized the back end of the wound. So maybe you helped him a little bit. Who knows? No, but you did some damage.
I
Nothing
lost
bad.
focus. It's normally larger and more impressive than that. I promise, guys.
Well, this is also your first time attacking a human, so this is somewhat new for you. This is kind of strange. You're definitely feeling a bit out of your element. By no means are you familiar to the ways of combat. Attacking creatures and animals, stuff like that. Sure, you could rationalize that one a little faster, but these are thinking, feeling human beings, and you just hit one with some fire. Perfect. So surprise round over. Let's go ahead and roll some initiatives for our bandits and see if they could possibly beat a 4, 5, and an 8. Wow, funny enough, they all beat it. How incredible. Isn't that just amazing? So, sounds good. Okay, so the human that has a arrow sticking out of his shoulder will sort of launch up out of his chair and draw his weapon and lets out basically like a kind of a growl, roar, pained gasp all in one breath. It's kind of impressive. Call, you add that to your repertoire of sounds you've never heard before. And yeah, that's perfect. He launches himself down the hallway at the one that's holding the short bow and will try to strike you. Mendax, what is your armor class?
14.
14. Let's see if this guy can land a hit. What do we got here? Okay. 14. Absolutely not. The pain in his shoulder, this bandit is right-handed, which is very unfortunate for him because that's the shoulder that the arrow is sticking out of. He brings his sword up and goes to strike down, but you can see sort of his arm buckles under the pain and it goes wide as it comes down. It doesn't really even strike anywhere close to you. But this guy is super pissed. He is very unhappy with you. But that's his turn. That's all he's going to be able to do. The guy that was sitting opposite of him on the table will actually flip the table over because inside he's always wanted to do that in a fight, and he's not going to miss his opportunity to do that now. And he will pull out a crossbow. And let's see. Yep, he'll load it up, which I think he can sacrifice his movement action for. And he will fire a shot at... Let's see. Will it be Nigel or will it be Mendax? Let's see. It will be Nigel. Nigel, what is your armor class?
Armor class 12.
Okay, armor class 12. Let's see if this guy can smack ya. Yep, that is going to hit. So a crossbow bolt comes whizzing through the air, narrowly avoiding his companion. You can see he doesn't really have any concern for his safety whatsoever, and he will do 3 damage to you, my friend.
Almost half. That hurts. Ow.
Wait, he has
Yeah,
6 health?
He has 7, I think. 8. He has
Maximum.
8.
Now 5.
But yeah, he doesn't have a lot. Wizards are not known for their high health pools. But yeah, that hurts. That hurts like a son of a bitch. You've never been really attacked like that before. You've had experiments and casts go awry that have hurt pretty badly, but this is the first time you've ever been essentially stabbed. So a bunch of new experiences for you, and they're not all that fun right now.
I blink the tears away.
Good. Good. Hey, no, don't let them see you cry. Now, other 2 bandits have their attention turned to Call. With the table flipped over, the other bandit is also going to pull out the crossbow and load it up and fire a shot at you, Call. Call, what is your armor, my friend? Your armor class?
17.
17. Can this guy land a hit on the mighty Call? Oh, he certainly can. He lets loose the crossbow bolt, which slams into your side
Ooh.
and deals 7 points of damage, Call. That one hit true as it cracked a rib or two as it pushed into your side there. You, unafraid and no stranger to pain, remember the familiar sting of a crossbow bolt.
Oh, I'm angry now.
There is still 1 bandit left to go. Let's go for him here. He is going to pull out a sword and swing at you, Call. 17. Let's take a look here. No. You let out sort of this tremendous rage kind of roar that scares the shit out of him, and at the last second, he swings wide and cuts into the stone cave wall as opposed to your arm and your shoulder. So narrowly avoiding that one. All right, so it's back to the top now. Mendax, it is your turn. You have a big ol' angry hunk of flesh in front of you. What would you like to do?
I would like to use my rapier and stab him in the dick.
All right, are you actually going to aim for his dick? Because you will take a disadvantage for trying to specifically aim somewhere, just so you know.
No, I'm just assuming that he's well endowed. And that would probably just be in the way.
That's quite nice of you. So you're just going to hit him then. Fantastic.
Not for long.
All right, so let's go for it. Go ahead and give me a roll here. What do you got?
I've got 16.
Is that +5? Or is that just the roll?
With +5, it's 21.
Yep, so whenever you attack with your melee weapon or your short bow, if you look at those actions where it says hit/DC and you see +5 for both of those, add that to whatever you roll.
Okay.
So yeah, 21. That is fucking well over what you need to hit this guy. Give me some damage.
It is 6.
Okay, and that's with the +3?
Nope, then it's
See.
9.
All right, nice.
Oh, I
Yep.
see. Okay, +3. Oh, I see now. Okay.
Yep. And don't worry, I'll just keep reminding you whenever I think it sounds maybe a little low. Yes, you are able to stab this guy. How would you like to kill him?
Can we stab just in the groinular area and let him bleed out slowly while he yells, distracting his compatriots because they have now seen how he's died, and it's all made them reach for their own groins in sympathy, perhaps distracting them for a bit from their own attacks.
Absolutely. So you can, with the rapier, you essentially just stab upwards, which definitely goes in through the groin area and up into his hips and even his gut. And when you pull your sword back out, just what spews forth is this cacophony of vile smell and blood.
Oh.
He doesn't bleed out, he essentially instantly dies. So the pool of carnage now on the ground is pretty sickening, but you're overall pretty pleased with the situation.
Ugh.
I should say so.
Oh,
He's
Mendax,
dead.
you're brutal.
He's dead now. Would you like to move at all there, Mendax?
Can I trade a movement for tossing a health potion to Nigel?
Let's see. Handing items over. What kind of action is that? Let me see. Real quick. You might not even need to sacrifice a movement for that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
We'll say, just for the sake of keeping the game kind of moving here, action options here. Let's just take a look. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, we'll say you're able to toss a potion to him in place of your movement, if that's what you'd like to do. For now,
Yes,
we'll call it that.
I'd like to give a health potion to Nigel.
Yeah, no problem. You hand it over to him without issue. He takes it in his free hand. Nigel, you are now the proud owner of a health potion. You know what it is. She's
Thank
not
you.
just handing you a mystery vial. Great, great, great. Call, your turn.
I, being very grossed out and spurred by this crossbow bolt that pierced me, would like to go into a rage.
Okay, now just to warn you and let you know, that's your last rage of the day. You can totally do it. I just want to let you know that that's
To
your
double
last
check how many enemies are there?
There are 3 left. Because you assume you didn't see the guy die, but you assume by the sound he made and then the crumpled flesh that hit the floor that that's a dead person.
I would definitely like to rage.
Okay, sounds great. Yeah, you go into a barbarian rage. You're pissed off.
You messed with the wrong Tengu.
They're visibly terrified, but they have not quite yet run away. What would you like to do with this new rage that you are now consumed with?
With my massive halberd, I would like to charge in and swing at one.
Yeah, absolutely. You have a sword guy that's right in front of you, and there is a crossbow person who's about 5, we'll say 10 feet actually away from you. Now your halberd does have reach. You actually can hit that guy if you want to.
Well, then I would like to hit him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a hit on the crossbow fellow.
Do I have a plus to hit? I have
Yep, so
plus
if you
5.
go-
So 11.
Yep. Yes, that will hit. Go ahead and give me damage roll, adding instead of +3 a +5 because you are in a rage.
8.
8. A masterful and mighty amount of damage. Yeah, your halberd, you sort of let out this massive roar / caw / demonic. Yep, that's exactly what I had in my head too. And you stab this guy in the stomach and do a lot of damage to him. He is not looking well. He's looking green in the face as sort of blood and some other weird mixture of fluid starts to kind of come out of his gut, but he's still standing for now.
For now.
For now. And that's going to be it for you right now. Would you like to move? You just keeping in mind that if you do move away from the enemy in front of you, he is going to be able to get a free attack against you.
I would like to stay in my current spot.
You can do so. Fantastic. Nigel, you have a crossbow bolt in one arm. You have a healing potion in the other hand. And you have an enemy in front of you, desperately looking to reload and inflict some more pain. What would you like to do?
When in a spot of bother, I think old wisdom says to once again shoot fire at your opponent and then hide behind the doorway. So we're going to open up with a firebolt.
Excellent. Excellent choice, my friend.
We'll get a 19, and for the damage, that will be a 3.
All right.
Slightly more impressive.
Hey, you're juggling a lot of things right now. You're the only one who's taken really any damage, so you're dealing with a lot, bud. But yeah, you are able to fling out another firebolt you use a staff, is that right, to cast your spells?
Yes.
Yeah, so the gnarled wood end of the staff sort of procures this small living flame that shoots across the battlefield and smacks this guy. It actually hits him in the face, and you can see almost like that scorched soot that's now covering and kind of distorting his appearance. And then you duck quickly behind the side, out of harm's way once again.
Yes.
The
I'll do what a
old
wizard does best. Hide around there while the others do the fighting.
Perfect. Perfect. I love it. All right. Let's see here. Nigel, that was you, my friend. We are now back to the bandits, and they are displeased. The crossbow men in the front that recently shot Nigel sees his dead friend on the ground, and kind of suppresses his gag reflex and vomit. But the flash of fire in his face is able to wake him up and keep him focused on what's going on. And he goes ahead. He reloads his crossbow bolt and stays where he's at to then shoot at Mendax. Yeah, that would make the most sense. You just killed his well, not his friend, but someone who was guarding him essentially. So Mendax, what is your armor class?
And this is the start of the next round of combat, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh. Ash is still muted.
Oh, Ash
Sorry,
is too
14.
polite. 14. Fantastic. Okay. Let's roll this here. 14. Oh, yep, that is going to be enough. He slams another crossbow bolt into the crossbow and wildly lets out a shot, just trying to pepper the area as fast as he can, and is able to stick one in your thigh. It will do. Woo! That bad boy is going to do 8 damage. Thunk. It almost pierces all the way through and starts to rub up against the bone, which causes a lot of pain and a lot of discomfort.
I didn't like that one anyway.
A brave face. I like it. And he is going to continue to stay still and kind of... Actually, he's going to duck behind the table now that's been flipped over. That's a smart thing to do. Bandit with the sword. He is going to strike at you again. Call. Let's see. Call, what's your AC again? 17?
Yes.
Okay, yep. He is going to make contact this time. His nerves have calmed down and he realizes the situation that he's in. He strikes at you with steel. And he is going to do... Actually... Oops. Nope, that's on the ground now, so I have no idea what that is. He is going to do 5 damage. So yeah, he is able to slice into your feathery arm and not make too much contact, but it is a deep gash now in the side of your arm. And you sort of draw back for a second, but keep your composure. Alrighty, and then we have the arrow guy. Let's see. He is going to try to run to the opposite edge of the room, which, Neuro, that is going to be disengaging out of combat with you, so you get a free attack against this guy. He's scared of you, and he wants to try to put some distance in between you. Go ahead and roll an attack action, so with your halberd there.
Stop right there, criminal scum! A 9.
A 9, is that with your +5?
Yes.
All right, he is able to escape you unscathed.
Ah,
Your halberd just barely missing the back of his leg as he moves away quickly to try to get himself more towards the corner of the room and out of the reach of your long weapon. And then he'll stand there and start to reload a crossbow bolt. But that's going to be it for him for now. Let's see. So that's going to be their turns. Mendax, it's back to you. You have a crossbow bolt sticking out of your thigh. Blood is starting to pool up and pour down your leg.
you're muted.
You might be muted again.
I have a dog barking behind me on occasion. I keep muting her.
No
Can
worries.
I
no
use
worries.
a health potion and attack on the same turn, or do I have to pick one?
So using a health potion, you know, interacts with an else for its use. I think that will take your attack action. So you would be able to move, but you are considered to be using an object because it's not something that just happens on its own. You actually have to take some time and pull out essentially the cork. Not a lot of time, but enough time that would be your attack
Okay.
action. So you can do this, but it would be in place of your attack.
Okay. Well, I don't want to do it in place of my attack. I'm going to attack and then move. I would like to shoot an arrow at the son of a bitch who shot me in the thigh.
He's currently hiding behind a table,
Oh, that's right.
an
Oh,
upturned
then
table at that.
there are two other people. I can't
Yes,
see
but
them.
yeah,
I can't see
you
them,
can't
yeah.
see him. Yep, you're still kind of in this little entry hallway kind of area. You could move in a couple of feet, and then you could definitely see them.
Okay, then I would like to take the healing potion and then move into the room closer to where Carl is.
Okay, sounds good. You absolutely can do that. Healing potion. Go ahead and roll 2d4 plus 2.
1 and 4. So do I take the highest one plus 2?
You add them together plus 2.
Okay, so 5 plus 2, so 7.
7. So you heal 7 points of health there. As you sort of rip the crossbow bolt out on the way. As you're walking over, you drink this healing potion, and your flesh begins to magically mend itself, and that piercing pain is gone. A dull ache is in its place, but nothing too bad. You move your way into the room. You can see that Call is facing off against two opponents. And you can see the kind of top of the head of the person who's hiding behind the table and kind of trying to put this bolt inside of the inside of his crossbow. Okay. Anything else you want to do? Would you like to stand? Do you want to try to crouch behind the table? Where are you trying to get to?
I want to crouch behind the table as well.
Okay. Yeah, certainly. You can crouch behind the table. No problem. That will be your turn there. We are on to Call. Call, what would you like to do? You have the sword guy in front of you, and there is a crossbow gentleman on the other side.
The sword guy is the guy that I wasn't fighting before, right? How close is he to me?
Yeah, so the sword person is kind of right in front of you within a few feet. The individual you stabbed before was the crossbow bandit. He is now a total of 15 feet away from you, out of reach of your halberd unless you move, and in the corner of the room.
If I move, will the sword person attack me?
Yes. If you move out of reach of him as if you're going towards someone else, then yes. You can try to position yourself around that individual, but you cannot move out of range of him. And in order to attack the person you attacked before, you would have to move out of range of him. Because you're essentially turning your back to this guy, and he's saying, well, fuck you then, and he's attacking your back.
Who dares attack me in melee combat? I will attack the sword person.
Excellent. Go ahead and give me a roll. +5.
9.
That's with the +5?
Again.
Ouch. All right, no, that's not gonna do it. You try to bring the halberd down on this guy, but at the last minute, he's able to kind of parry it with his sword. You sense that this guy, maybe he picked up a few sword skills along the way. Bandits don't typically live for long, but this guy is a little bit older, so maybe he's not a completely incompetent bandit. So yes, he is going to deflect your blow. No damage done to him, my friend.
Ah!
Ah.
I don't believe I should move.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can, but it would trigger an attack of opportunity.
Let's not do that.
Okay, no problem. Let me
All
see.
right.
Yes, so we are now on to Nigel. Nigel, you are around the side, your hands kind of trembling, and you're feeling a little bit cold.
I am realizing this fight is not going well, and considering potentially trying to fit a 15-foot cone spell, but I'm not sure what sort of distance are we looking at between the bandits. How many of them would I be able to get if I darted into the room and decided to throw? Like, are they cramped in enough for it, or are the crossbow dudes a bit too spread far back?
Let's see here. Let me think of where they're at right now. If you were to 15-foot cone, like the ingenuity, I think you could position it. You could position it two ways. If you were to run into the room and stand right next to the bandit that shot you, who's crouching behind the table, you could position it in one of two ways. Number one, you could hit all three of them, but you would also hit Call. Or number two, you could hit the two crossbowmen.
Decisions. All right.
Call, how much health are you at right now, by the way?
Took 7 and 5, I think. So I have 4 health.
Okay.
Shit. All right. We're going to dart in and go for the crossbowmen before we get any more holes. I've got a bolt. Mendax has, is it 1 or 2 bolts in you?
I pulled mine out, and I'm
You're
almost
healed, aren't you?
entirely. I'm 9 out of 10, so I'm fine.
Okay, but Carl's got 2 crossbow bolts in him as well. Okay, yeah, we're gonna dart in and we're gonna use burning hands to blast these crossbow bastards, and hopefully kill them both.
All right, yeah, you are able to make it across the room, and you're standing next to this. You're standing next to this bandit as he looks up unsuspectingly. You raise your hands, and this glow begins to come about them. And then in an instant, this kind of cacophony of flame spews out of them. Go ahead, and what do I have to do? I think I have to make some saves.
Dexterity 13, I believe, is the save. It says Dex 13.
Okay. Dex 13. Oh, and make sure you click that this is your spell slot here.
I'm out of spells for the day. Yeah.
You're out of spells, indeed. So let's see. Dex saving throw, failed save, or half as much. Okay, so actually go ahead and roll 3d6, and I will determine if they are going to be at half damage or at full. So the crossbow individual right in front of you is going to, let's see. He's taken full damage, and the crossbow guy in the back, he's both taking full damage. What do you got?
I've rolled 4, 3, 3, so 10 total damage.
10 total damage. Nigel, you raise your hands, and in a fit of fury, which is uncustomary for someone as snarky as yourself, you let out a battle cry as a wave of flame envelops these two individuals, leaving nothing but a charred husk behind. They're both dead.
Don't mess with me. Ah!
He said resolutely.
How much movement do I have left? I want to... If I can run back out the doorway, I will. Otherwise, I'll just take cover behind something.
You don't have enough movement to run out the door. You can go ahead and duck down, and that's about it.
Yeah, I'll duck down. I'll hide under the table if I can.
Okay, sounds great.
No unnecessary bravery over here.
Absolutely. So you absolutely decimated those two crossbowmen. Happy that that is one of the first times you've actually successfully casted the spell, so you give yourself a bit of a pat on the back. And the final bandit is going to take stock of the room and is going to try to make a break for the door that you now see is in the opposite corner of the room. So when you enter sort of the passageway hallway, the room opens up to the left, and then there's a door that's all the way at the end. He is going to try to run to the door, which will trigger an attack of opportunity off of Neuro. Neuro, give me an attack, please, with your halberd.
10 with the bonus.
Nice. All right. That should be enough to hit this guy fleeing. Go ahead and do some damage to him, my friend.
Of a d10?
Let's see. You're
+5?
Yep, +5 because you're still super angry.
The Kenku people, a bird people. 15 damage, maximum damage. Maximum punishment for your wounds against me. And your attempts to escape.
Neuro, how would you like to kill this person?
Brutally. Probably chopping him clean in half, like this.
You do so. You bring the halberd down hard and strong, and you strike just to the right of his neck and essentially just slice into him and all the way down. And his guts and entrails are now on the floor. He crumples in a mass of flesh, and this person is dead. Good job. You're all certified murderers now. That's all of them.
Well done, everyone.
Huzzah!
Now may I please have the healing potion?
Well, see, what had happened was I tossed it to Nigel, so he can show it to you.
I don't really plan on taking any more wounds like this. You can have it. I'll pass it over.
Ooh! I would like to admire it.
It's a crimson red that's filled in a very small vial. It is stopped with a bit of wax at the top, and you see some string that's tied around it, as if you could kind of hold it on your side or in a satchel, something like that. It is an admirable healing potion.
A toast to our glorious triumph and the second in the day. Good work, you two. Pop it off and I'll drink it.
Excellent. Roll 2d4 and add 2. What'd you get?
I'm trying to find my d4. Give me a second.
Okay. It's not a very common dice, that's for sure.
6.
6. You heal 6 damage, which I don't think is quite enough to bring you back to full, but enough to certainly take the sting out of your wounds. As you've stopped bleeding and the holes in your side, while not fully healed, are definitely feeling a lot better. Your arm is still feeling pretty uncomfortable, but you can manage.
I love potions!
Thank you very much, Amendax and Nigel, for your generosity.
Fantastic. All right, you guys are in the room. There is 4 dead people strewn about, and a table in the middle. There's a bunch of cards and dice and plates with some scraps of food and tiny bones, kind of all about the room. Now there's a fire that's going on. No, actually, I'm sorry. There's no fire in this room. There's only the torches that are lighting the sides. Um, yeah, is there anything you'd like to do? From what you can tell, you haven't somehow alerted anyone else in this cave. Um, but
I'm going to quickly start patting down the corpses and searching for anything in their pockets.
As am I.
Starting with the ones that are closest, I guess the burnt corpses, see if anything has survived in their clothing or their armored pockets.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Go ahead and give me a d20 roll, Nigel and Mendax, and then call. What would you like to do in this time? Do you want to loot a body as well, or would you like to do something else?
I would like to inspect the rest of the room and see if there's anything of note aside from the bodies.
You see that there are some gold coins on the ground.
I would like to acquire these and also tell the others that we found a heap of gold.
Okay, so roll a d20 as well, call, and then Nigel and Mendax, what did you get?
Just a 5. There was no modifier, right? Just a d20.
Yep, just a straight d20.
I rolled an 18.
Okay,
And I got a
Mendax.
14.
Okay, so Nigel and Mendax, you both find, let's see, on the charred corpses. Nigel, you don't find anything that's salvageable. It's just basically a hunk of sticky flesh and essentially napalmized leather that's now kind of fused into one charred heap. Mendax, you are able to find a pouch with some coins in them. The heat wasn't enough to melt the coins. You count about 5 gold there, so you can add that to your equipment.
Awesome.
Money,
I'll
money, money, money.
try to take a look around the room when I get a chance as well, if there's anything, any desks or cupboards or anything.
Sure, absolutely. And then call, you rolled a, what did you roll? 16?
18.
18, yes. You are able to find a total sum of 10 gold between the coins that are on the ground, and a very nice set of dice.
Oh!
So this is, a pretty nice bone set, a handcrafted and carved, used by sophisticated gamblers. So certainly this guy didn't buy it, but he probably stole it.
Behold! Some dice
I just am
and some gold!
in a constant yell. That's like, oh man. Yes. So go ahead and add that to your equipment there. So make sure you just note that down that you guys found that.
Oh, yes.
Nigel, you want to look around the room. There are 2 other non-charred corpses, and besides that, you don't really see anything of particular note in this room, other than the door that's on the opposite side that's not been opened. There is the entryway that you came in, the upturned table, and like I mentioned before, all the scraps and cards and plates that are clattered on the ground.
All right. I'll close the door behind us that we came through, and search the other bodies.
Got it. Go ahead and roll a d20.
9.
9. Okay, yeah, you're able to find on each of the bodies 5 more gold for a total of 10.
Shinies.
Shiny, shiny. Alrighty, starting now with Mendax. What would you like to do? Bodies have been looted. Ground has been searched. What's the play? You guys are out of combat, by the way, so you can freely do what you would like.
I would like to move forward to the door that the man was trying to run to.
Hmm?
Is a wooden door shutting it, or is it just a doorway?
It's a wooden door shutting it.
Okay, I would like to go see if that door is unlocked.
That's a good question. Yeah, it is.
Okay, then I would like to slowly open the door.
Okay, sounds good. Call and Nigel, what would you both like to do?
I'm actually just checking. Where do we record our gold? It's
Oh,
in our
so-
inventory, right?
Yeah, I think it's listed.
Currency in the middle right, or kind of like top middle right.
Yeah, so you'll see actions, spells, and then equipment, and then you'll see all the way to the right. There's it's called currency. You just click that, and you'll see there's like a bunch of different ones. I only ever use coal or gold rather, so you
Is
can
that in the
just
same subheading as? Oh, up there. I see it. Ah, I was
Yeah.
blind. Oh, okay. It's up next to the weight. Yes. Okay. Cool. Cool.
good, good,
So
good.
it's 5
yeah,
gold. Easy. There we go. Thank you.
you got 10.
We
And there's
all got
nothing else
10
to see
gold,
in
or
the
did I
room,
get 10 gold?
right?
Let's see. Call got 10 gold.
I
Nigel
got
got 10 gold, and Mendax got 5.
Cool. Nothing else to search for in the room. You said there wasn't really any furniture. They were just kind of sitting on some shitty chair and tables. There's no storage or anything.
Exactly. Yeah. Nope. They were sitting on some stools at a table, and those have since been either smashed or upturned.
All right. Let's head over to the door he was trying to run to that Mendax is over at.
Perfect. And call anything specific you'd like to do before going to this door.
I would like to give 2 gold coins to Nigel for the healing potion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Remember, if you find any stray potions, please report them to me immediately.
Excellent. All right, so you guys are at the door. Mendax, you are able to open it. You open it slightly again and press your ear to that opening, listening for a moment. You do not hear anything right on the other side.
Okay. Then I would like to open the door fully and gingerly step inside.
Okay, go ahead. And are the Nigel and Call, are you guys going to follow her in immediately, or what are your plans?
Yes.
I'll follow maybe 10 feet behind.
Sure.
Just
So you'll let
sneaking
her.
as well. Just
Okay,
let her take the
okay.
lead.
Gotcha. Let's go ahead and get fresh stealth rolls from you guys, because you did go into combat. So we'll go ahead and make another one here. So let me know what you get.
16.
16.
5.
And that is with the pluses. Is that right?
That's yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we have a 5, 16, and a 16. Perfect. Okay, Mendax, you are able to enter. You see it is a dimly lit corridor. There is a slight room opening to your left. You don't see anything in there except for, let's see, what would you see from where you are right now? You see that there's an opening to your left and that the hallway bends towards the right slightly. So you see that there is a room that's over there, but you can't quite see in it from the angle that you're at. And then that the hallway continues towards your right and that there's a door at the end of it.
Okay. I would like to inch forward and just peek the front of my face around the corner of the door to the left to see what's inside.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead and when you peek through to the left, make a Constitution save. So what that is, if you go to, let's see, where is that located here for you? Okay, yeah. It's on the left underneath, like Strength, Dexterity, Constitution. You will see Con saving throw modifiers. Go ahead and roll a d20 and add whatever number is there. So I think for you that's a 2.
16 with the 2.
16. Yeah, you're able to keep your composure, but you're assaulted by a wave of stench. And as you kind of
God damn it, Nigel.
not quite that way. Your eyes start tearing up, and as you blink away the tears, you see that there are half slaughtered, full slaughter, but half strung up sheep that are hanging from hooks in this room. It looks like this is where they store meat to dry out, but they're not particularly efficient at it. So you can see that some of them look to be drying properly, while other ones seem to be infested with maggots and bugs.
Okay, I'd like to hold my breath and look further into the room to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, absolutely. You proceed further and further into the room. go ahead, give me a. Oh, you're holding your breath, right? So you can kind of go in there for. I don't know, how long can people hold their breath for? Like 2 minutes? Yeah, you can get in there for a pretty good amount of time.
If you're walking around, probably like 30, yeah, a minute at most, 30 seconds
Minute.
maybe.
Yeah, about a minute or so. We'll say that you're able to take a look. Do you warn Call at all and Nigel before entering, or you just go in?
I'm just going in. If I have to smell that, so do they.
Okay, absolutely. So you're gonna head towards it. Nigel and Call, what would you like to do? You just see Mendax actually, you don't even see her face. She just kind of walks into this room. I assume you follow her.
Oh,
Well, I, none the wiser, will follow.
let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. As you round the corner, you're assaulted by the same scent. Go ahead, Constitution saves from the both of you.
Oh! $19.
11.
Okay. All of you guys are able to keep your composure and not lose your lunch, but you're very unhappy with this situation as Mendax begins to trudge her way through. Mendax, you walk further into the room. Your boots start to slide around a little bit in what looks to be a mixture of kind of pus and blood and gunk that is rolling off of these sheep. You see that there are bugs and maggots that are crawling around in the gore. Yeah, you start to wonder what the fuck you're doing in this room.
Okay, I turn. Carl, Nigel, this may have been a mistake.
Didn't you say you have a gag reflex whenever you tell a lie?
Yes, but not all. It's not exclusive. I also have gag reflexes with my boots slide in pus and blood.
Oh, so this is the gross room?
It seems so.
Well, we already found the gold. What's the point of this room?
Do you think they hid anything in the corpses of the pigs?
Who in their right mind would do such a foul thing?
I'm just going to shake my head looking a little ill and walk straight out of the room.
Good call. Yeah, we'll say you ascertain that either there's nothing that are going to be in the corpses or you don't have the stomach to do it at the moment. So you all leave this room and you're back in the hallway, breathing in the stale air of the cave, but it is much better than what you were breathing before.
Can we close the door?
There's no
Yes,
door. It's
please.
just kind of an opening.
Can I find something to put as a door?
There's a door to the other room, but there's no big objects that you could put there. Handy, anyways.
Let's be rid of this place.
Deal. Yeah, so there's the opening that you guys came from, which will go back into sort of, we'll call it the dining hall area, and then there is a door all the way on the opposite side of this hallway that you haven't gone through yet. Maybe there's more sheep in there.
Okay. I mean, it can't be any worse than pus and blood, so I'd like to head towards that door.
Is that a challenge?
We're finding out what sort of dungeon master he is. People are getting disemboweled through the groin and split in half. There's rooms filled with blood, pus, and hanging corpses, bloated.
Listen,
no.
I didn't choose to stab the guy in the groin. I just described it.
This campaign has been rated R.
The groin stab was very effective. I would just like that to be noted.
It is noted. Every male in the world has noted that. All right, so you head up to the door. Who's leading? Are we going with Mendax first again to check it and everything?
Do you still trust me to lead you inside doorways?
You didn't go ahead with chopping open the sheep and digging about in their insides, so I'll still follow you.
Well, the dungeon master did make us leave, so it's not necessarily that I wouldn't have. Okay.
Good people, we should make haste. I think I heard the bees again. I think they're following Nigel.
I love it. All right, Mendax, you approach the door. You see that there is a lot of light that's streaming under it. You press your ear to the door. Go ahead and give me. No, you don't need to make a perception check. Actually, there's no roll necessary for this. You hear on the other side some humming.
Oh my god, they're all bees.
It's pretty loud. And yeah, that's what you hear when you press your ear to the door.
So I just hear one man humming.
You hear some humming. Whether it's a man, whether it's one, you're not necessarily. You don't know at this time.
Nigel and Cole, I hear what could be a decently sized person humming behind this door.
Is it a performance? Are we late? Do you have tickets?
It may be the dirge that happens after the stoning. We may have missed the stoning.
Oh. Well,
It's a
maybe they
shame.
could use some accompaniment.
We could go in, kick the door open,
Well, we
And
don't have
start
tickets. Might be
humming
the
in
only option.
harmony. Oh, if we don't have tickets, that would be quite rude.
Do we have to go get tickets now?
I think the ticket is your foot.
Up
Through
to
the
you
door.
guys.
Do the honors.
Are we going to kick the door open? We could try to lure him out.
We should probably hurry. I think I heard the bees again. I can kick the door.
Okay, so you're gonna kick the door.
Can we
That's
not
a great
simply
call.
open it? Is it locked?
No, it's open. You try the handle. It's open.
Why don't we just simply open the door?
You can do whatever you like.
I would like
You
to.
just gotta let me know how you're gonna open it.
I would like to quite simply open the door as one might go up to a door and then, using their hand, turn it and then open it.
Okay, yes, you turn the handle and open the door. There is a little bit of creaking to it, but nothing that's too extreme. What you see is a kitchen of sorts. There is a roaring fire going on, and you see this hulking individual that's standing in front of it and kind of stirring a pot. You see a couple of tables, one in the center of the room with one of those carcass slabs of meat that must have been pulled in from the other room. There is all manner of sort of it's certainly not a clean room. There's dirt, grime, and what looks to be maybe some dried blood over a lot of the bench where that carcass is right now. The table, kind of to the left of this fireplace, is adorned with a lot of jars that are very cloudy. Some of them have some kind of liquid in it. Some of them have some kind of dust or spice or herb of some sort. And yeah, you hear this humming from this very, very, very large individual who almost has to duck down a little bit in order to fit truly into this area. His back is standing. Let's see, how is he standing? His back is to you. The fire is in front of him, so you only see a big black silhouette. But you do see to his side that there is a massive cleaver.
Is the humming any melody that Call might recognize?
Roll a performance. So I think that's with a +1 for you.
18.
No, you feel that your knowledge in this area is not fantastic, but you certainly do not recognize what he's humming. He might just be making up some kind of tune on the spot. Maybe it's a tune of his people. Who knows?
Could I accompany it in some way with maybe a mimicry of a clapping sound? There was a just, to add on to his performance.
I mean, you certainly can. You could also just clap if you want.
Well, then I would like to, as a normal person might, simply clap along with this
Okay.
wonderful tune.
I will give your party a chance to see this. You see that Call is kind of bobbing his head a little bit. You haven't been noticed yet, and he raises his hand to start clapping. What do? Do you want to do anything?
I shrug my shoulders.
Oh, for God's sake. Okay, Mendex, anything you want to do?
I'm going to let him clap, but I'm going to move a little bit closer to the cleaver. Stealthily.
Maybe I didn't describe it well enough. The cleaver is attached to like his side. It's like in his waist.
Oh.
But it is fucking massive.
I'm not going to do that then.
No worries. Yes, Call, you begin to clap. And for maybe a few seconds, this behemoth of an individual kind of starts to bob his head as the hum continues. And then he stops stirring for a second and turns around. And he looks at you three. And you can tell that this is a half ogre. So this is not really he's a humanoid, but he looks very inhuman. Basically sentient enough. He's one step away from an orc, but one step away as well from a ogre. So he turns around, he looks at you guys, and kind of just stares at you.
Hello, good sir chef. Whatever you're cooking smells very nice.
Okay, he's gonna draw the cleaver and let out a roar and run at you guys. And let's see.
What do you say we run out through the door and close it shut?
I don't know if you're gonna have time to do that before he gets an attack on you. Who opened the door? That was Call, right?
I did.
All right, Call. What is your armor class again? 17, I think.
Yes.
Alrighty. Let's take a look. The half ogre very quickly closes the 20-foot gap as you are surprised a little bit at this speed and do not react in time. Let's take a look and see if you're able to dodge out of the way of his blow. And you, let's see, 17. No, you are not. The cleaver comes down on you, my friend, and slices into your flesh.
Uh-oh.
We are going to deal some damage to you, my man. Let's see. Yeah, he's gonna deal 7 damage to you.
Oh. That hurt a lot. Wait, can I check something?
Okay.
Okay.
I was just checking the duration of a rage. It's 1 minute, so I'm not raging now.
Yeah, your rage is definitely done. Yeah, so go ahead and you three roll initiative. So D20 plus that initiative. Let me know what you get.
4.
20.
Oh, where's it? Plus 5? 8.
Okay, so sorry. Nigel, you got 20.
Yeah.
Call, you got 4. And Mendax, you got
8.
8. Okay, sounds good. Oof, Call. Dice are not favoring you tonight, my friend.
No.
Let's see what this guy got here. Okay. Nigel, you are the first to react to the situation. In retrospect, you think in your head, maybe it wasn't a smart idea to clap along with the ogre song. But who knows? Maybe next time it'll be a great idea. What would you like to do?
We're going to. So we're just inside the room, right?
Call is standing in the doorway, and you see that there is a 8-foot half ogre looming over him that has just sunk a cleaver into his shoulder. And you have let's see, You should have direct line of sight to this guy and be able to attack him.
He's pretty huge, right? So I
he's
can just
pretty
kind of
huge.
shoot it clear over Carl's head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
All right, we'll just do a firebolt. So
absolutely.
let's
Give me a roll.
All right, that's a 22. So
Oh yeah, that's definitely gonna hit him. Go ahead and
three,
give me some
3 damage.
3 damage. Okie dokie. Got
Firebolt's not really the most effective today.
it. No problem. You know, firebolts, they're the old standby. Sometimes they impress you, sometimes they do okay. Let's see, the half ogre, who we will call the chef. Let's see, pulls the cleaver out of your shoulder, Call, and tries to thwap you in the head with the giant cooking spoon that he had. Let's see, 17. Oh, yep, that is gonna hit you, my friend. It will do 2 damage to you and push you back into your party members.
Ooh.
Go ahead and, let's say, Nigel and Mendax make a reflex save. So roll a d20 and then add the reflex modifier where the saving throws are listed. Or reflex, sorry, that'll be dexterity. Make a dexterity save. There you go. So d20, Mendax, I think for you that's +5, and then Nigel for you that's +2.
Mine's 23.
Okay. Nigel, what'd you get? Oh,
Sorry.
no, no
Just
problem.
trying to avoid that. Sorry, what was the saving throw? It was
Yes. Roll a dexterity saving throw. So
Yeah,
it should be d20. I think yours is
we
+2.
got a 13.
13. Okay, you're both able to duck out of the way. Nigel, you kind of fall onto the ground a little bit after, but are able to pick yourself up with no problem. Mendax, you gracefully kind of pirouette out of the way, as you have so many times before on stage. Call, you are on the ground, though, and kind of disoriented for a bit. And you took 2 damage. How much health are you at now?
1 hit point.
Woo! Nasty. Alrighty. We are going to head to Mendax. Mendax, your turn. What would you like to do?
Okay. Carl is within 5 feet of the ogre. With
No, he's been pushed
Pushed back.
kind of 5 feet away. So there's a space now between the half ogre and you.
is it close enough that I could do the sneak attack?
You won't be able to do that because he knows you're there. So
Oh,
there's
yeah.
no sneaking to be done right
Oh,
now.
sorry.
You can. Go ahead. What are you saying?
Oh, no, you go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think you might be able. Let me read the exact wording. Sneak attack. You have to have advantage on the attack roll. You don't need advantage if another enemy of the target is within 5 feet. So if you attack the same target in melee, that's someone that one of your friends is attacking, you can sneak attack damage.
Yeah.
Or if they don't know that you're there.
Gotcha. Could I potentially deceive him or calm him with a lullaby?
Like just singing normally, or do you have some kind of ability or something that lets you do that?
I'm a very, very well trained stage actress. I'm method, so I am very able to convey emotion, and he is musically inclined.
You can do whatever you want to. I will let you know that probably won't work.
Okay, then I'd like to stab him in the groin.
Okay, that always works.
It's a bit of a turnaround from one to the other.
You know,
Go ahead and stab this big mamma jamma. Although it is noted you tried to take the non-combat way out of this one.
For half a second, baby steps. I'm becoming a better person.
I believe it. I believe it. Okay, 18. You said.
Is that plus?
Yep. So whenever you do an attack with
Yes.
your that rapier,
So
it
plus
is
5.
you got it. So 23.
23.
Absolutely. That's gonna stab into him. Go ahead and roll that d8 plus 3.
2, 3. Okay. That's 6. Wait, which one is my D8? There it is. 9.
9. Woo! And that's with the plus 3 as well.
That's with the plus 3, yes.
Excellent. Well done. That is a good roll. Yeah, you stab into the calf of this half ogre,
I was
and
aiming
it
for the
pierces.
groin.
Well, you don't quite make it, but at least you make contact with them. And it does stab out kind of the other side of the flesh, and the half ogre lets out this kind of enraged roar. He's not too pleased. You pull the rapier out of his calf, and let's see here. So he had to move up to do that. Let me take a look at one other thing real quick. So just so you know, this is your first time doing melee, I believe. Before this, you've been doing ranged. You can make a second attack if you have another weapon in your other hand, and you do have a dagger in your inventory. So
Then
if you want to, yeah, I would say you have both of those equipped. Just go to your equipment and then hit the checkbox that's next to one of the daggers.
Okay. Then yes, I would very much like to go ahead and stab again.
Yeah, absolutely. So go ahead and you will make a roll with the plus 5 to hit, but you will not add anything to the damage.
Okay. Plus 5 to hit is 18.
Yep, that's going to hit him. And then I believe daggers are just a straight D4.
D4. Oh, where'd you go? There it is. 3.
Okay, yeah, you do an additional 3 damage. So, yeah, you're able to quickly kind of slice up the side of his shin as well as you're stabbing the rapier in there, and then pull both weapons out and kind of keep yourself at the ready. Perfect. Call.
Get fucked.
He takes note of it. Call, you're on the ground, kind of dazed for a moment, but you get your bearings back. You can sacrifice your movement action to get up.
I think I may as well do that.
Yeah, and because you have a halberd, actually, that's a 10-foot range, so you can actually still attack this guy.
Well, friends, I am not feeling very well at all, but I will press on. I would like to take a swing at him.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me a to hit roll.
The plus to hit.
Should be 5.
A 10.
A 10. In your woozy state, you're not really able to land contact. You're still a bit dizzy, and as you pick up the halberd to strike, you miscalculate how kind of how much force you put into the upswing, and you hit the ceiling of the cave actually, which kind of shakes you for a bit, but you're still able to maintain balance and stay upright. But you don't bring it down for any damage on him.
Ugh.
All right. Nigel, that is back up to you, my friend. You see Mendax very swiftly and nimbly stab into the calf and the shin of this giant monstrosity. And you see Call, who's standing up now, but looks like he's barely hanging on there. What would you like to do?
I've been toying with the idea of trying to buy some time by, could I put a minor illusion, say of a sheep carcass, on the head of the ogre to kind of temporarily blind and disorient it, since it will be literally have its head inside an illusion?
Let me read this illusion here.
It says it's got to be a 5 foot, no larger than a 5 foot cube. Can't create sound, light, smell, or sensory effects. Physical interaction with it reveals it to be an illusion because things can pass through it. So he'll know it's an illusion straight away, but I'm imagining the parts that he's not in contact with are still blocking his kind of vision while he's in it.
The way that I interpret this and where they say any other sensory effect is it shouldn't affect his vision if he's inside of it. So I'm going to
Okay.
say no on that one. Not going to blind him.
Okay.
You could certainly try to cast a minor illusion to confuse him somewhere or something like that if you have some other creative use for it, but blinding him, not going to happen. Good idea,
Yeah,
though.
it was a long shot, but I imagine I would know that from my understanding of how the magic actually works. So, all right, we're just going to go for another firebolt then. Let's
Okay.
roll in and try to actually get some damage for once. We've got a 17.
That'll hit.
And we are, of course, going to roll that d10 for damage, and we've got a 5, slowly ramping up.
Absolutely. Yes, you hurl a firebolt which catches this half ogre in the shoulder, and you see it singes quite a bit of his flesh and actually melts some of it as it hardens back up again in the cold air. You can see it crackle and start to smoke. It smells oddly pleasing, which starts to concern you slightly, but you shake off the thought in order to focus on the task at hand. You want to move anywhere?
It's meant to be quite delectable.
Yeah. You have a move action still. Anything else you want to do?
I mean, I'm still kind of protected behind these two who are fighting it. So, I mean, if anything, I'll just back up a little bit so that I'm not quite within reach of it, I guess. If I can do that without it getting a free attack on me.
Yes, you can.
I'll just back up 10 feet.
Yep. So now basically the order is Nigel, Call, Mendax, half ogre. Absolutely, you can do that, and he does not get a free attack against you, so no need to worry on that one. Awesome. But it is now the half ogre's turn. What is he going to do? He is pretty displeased with all of the damage that is being done to him. His shoulder hurts as if it's had some acid poured on it, and his leg is starting to buckle from underneath him. Let's see what else we can do here with this guy. Yeah, Mendax, he is going to take a swing at you. With his cleaver. He's going to try to thrust the cleaver and hit you with the pointed kind of bladed edge of it. What's your armor class?
14.
All right, 14. Let's see if this guy can manage to inflict some damage to you. Oh, not gonna happen. Yeah, he goes to stab you with this giant fucking cleaver, but as he sort of makes the turn, his leg gives out and he kind of goes to one knee, and his cleaver is slowed by that and is off course. You're able to very easily duck to the side. Do not have to worry about taking any damage. They're able to really easily do that. But he shouts out some kind of curse. Does anybody speak ogre? I don't think so. Ogres speak.
I don't think I do.
Hey, he speaks giant. Anyone speak giant?
I speak Oran Common and Infernal.
Where are our languages? Ah, there we go.
Bottom left corner.
No, I only speak Common and Draconic.
Common, Infernal. Thieves can't.
Really? Because under mine, for you, Nigel, you actually do speak giant.
Oh.
In the bottom left corner, if you look under languages, Common, Draconic, Elvish, and I think Giant is right.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I was looking under racial traits. I accidentally clicked on that. All right. There we go.
Yeah, you get the Giant language actually you picked from your Sage background, so you do
Yes.
actually understand what he says. And to Mendax and Call, he just lets out some unintelligible grunt. To you, Nigel, it's a pretty eloquent curse that's relating Mendax's mother to a pig.
Joke's on him. I don't even know who my mother is.
He feels very silly.
Stupid.
All right, the half ogre is finished with his turn. The crippling pain from his leg is going to keep him there for now, and we are going to move to you, Mendax. What would you like to do?
Oh, I'd like to stab him in the face.
Alrighty, go ahead and take a stab. Is that a rapier and the dagger?
Rapier and then the dagger, yes.
Okay, go ahead. Let me know what you roll for the rapier.
Oh, fuck me. 1. Wait, no, +5, 6.
No, so when you roll a 1, there's no pluses to that.
Oh.
1's a 1, and we call that a critical miss in the game.
Mother dick.
Go ahead and roll a d20 again. Just a straight d20.
14.
14. All right, so nothing too shabby. Yes, you are. This was with the rapier, and you were trying to stab him in the face, right?
Yes.
Okay, so take a look here. Yeah, this as you sort of go to stab him in the face, you were kind of aiming for it to try to finish him off, the finishing blow. Now that he's basically level with you, your arm kind of moves past his head as he jerks it to one side, and he actually bites down on your arm as it moves past and does 3 damage to you as his teeth sort of pierce your flesh. You're able to rip your arm away, but you do take a bit of damage.
Shit. This is why I should always stab for the groin. Always.
There is less teeth there. So.
I hope there is.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what the monsters in Dungeons and Dragons an adventure. Yeah, so you take 3 damage, and you do still have your dagger attack that you can try to do.
I would very much like to stab him again. Attempt
Okay.
to stab.
Go ahead and roll a d20.
This is a 14. No.
Okay.
Plus anything? No. Plus anything. No. Or +5.
Yeah, +5 on the. So when you attack with the second weapon, you get the +5 still, but you don't get the plus to damage.
That's
so
right.
go ahead and roll a d4.
So 19 and 2.
2, absolutely. Yeah, in a moment of kind of rebuke, you're able to just kind of slash across the giant's flesh, his chest as it would be. It's not a very deep cut, but you can tell that it stings, and it makes you feel a little bit better because fuck that guy. Nice. Yes. Would you like to move at all? You are engaged in combat, so if you do move away, he can try to attack you.
No. I'll stay where I'm at. I think I still have the highest hit points right now anyway, so.
Probably. What do you have, 6?
I have 6, yes.
All right. Let's go to Call. Call. You are able to regain your head and your steady once more. What would you like to try to do?
The Kenku people, the bird people, the Kenku people, the bird people, and I'll swing at him again!
All right, give me a roll. +5.
19!
That'll do it. Go ahead and give me some damage.
Ooh! 6. After to the bonuses.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a rough one there. You are able to drive the halberd, though, into his chest, which has been made softer by a slash made from a dagger not too long ago. Yeah, it pierces, and you can feel some bones starting to crunch and break beneath the steel. The half-ogre, once again, lets out a very loud yell, but does not look like he is dissuaded quite yet. He's ragged, breathing very heavily, and bleeding profusely. And with that, we'll go to Nigel. Nigel, can you finish off the half ogre? Or will he get a chance to strike back?
Years of studying magic in a tower alone, reading great big tomes, all to learn how to throw firebolts repeatedly in combat. And once again, I will summon one and throw a blast of flame with my staff. That's an 18 plus 5, 23. It's always a hit. I don't think I've missed one yet. And it's 8 damage.
Praise the sun!
Oh, 8 damage. Absolutely. Nigel, how would you like to fell the half ogre, my friend?
I would like the flame bolt to be kind of long and thin and to go right through one eye. That's where I was aiming for.
Absolutely. It does just that. Years and years of throwing flame bolt after flame bolt after flame bolt after flame bolt, you've been able to master somewhat the size and speed at which you can conjure up these bolts of fire. And you make one very quickly, the size of maybe a small stone, and whirl it into this eye. And whether it was made of fire or whether it was a rock or a solid piece of material, it doesn't seem to matter, as it goes clear through the half ogre's head, leaving a singed hole all the way through.
Ooh!
And for a moment, you can see through it and see the back of the cave as he collapses and crumples to the ground. Nice.
I would like to
Half-ogre
give a
down.
round of applause for that shot. Good shot. Good shot. Good shot.
Well done. Well done.
I feel terrible. My everything hurts.
The blood spraying off your hands as you're clapping makes me a little bit worried. I'm going to come over and try to bandage you up as best I can. Though I have 0 medical skills and no potions and no healing. So
Yeah, you're able to make your way over to Call, and he, you do have some basic linens that you carry around in your pack. You're able to wrap up some of his wounds, as well as Mendax's and yours from the other fights. You're all stable. You're not bleeding. You're not in critical, dire need of aid. But Call is certainly worse for wear. As you stand over the corpse of this ogre. Half ogre.
My friends, I feel like I made a mistake. I just wanted to clap with him. It was a good humming. And then
Honestly, who could have predicted that would go poorly?
well, you did have a chance to stop me and you didn't.
This is true. This is very true.
The fates that be were very generous.
A
You
crueler
jump, I
DM
jump, Carl.
would have just let this happen, but I at least gave you the chance to stop your friend. You elected not to, which I don't know if that's bravery, stupidity, or both.
no one
I like to
stands in the way of a Kenku.
I like to respect his decisions as a sentient being. It's not for me to tell him no.
Even if it's at the cost of your own life.
But did we die?
Nearly. Yes.
There's still time. There's still time.
Oh.
Yeah, so this room is open. You don't see any other movement in the room except for the flickering of the flame from the fire. You do now hear you don't hear much. It's actually pretty quiet after the sounds of battle. And you hear the bubbling pot of stew that he was making as it starts to overboil in sort of singe now into the campfire as nobody's stirring it anymore. Or over the hearth, we'll say. It's not really a campfire. So yeah, just this bubbling stew that's going on, and a large kitchen room in front of you. What would you guys like to do?
I'd love to search some pockets, give him a pat down.
Okay, Nigel, searching some pockets. Mendax, what would you like to do?
I would like to search the rest of the room, the floor on the room.
You want to search the floor. Are you looking for anything in particular, or just anything that stands out?
Anything that stands out.
Okay, sure. Can do that for sure. And Call, what would you like to do?
I would like to check the cupboards for any potions or anything. And I would also like to smell the stew, and if it smells good, maybe give it a taste. After cooling it off up, you know.
Yeah, you're 1 point, my friend. That's enough for a real hot stew to just do you in.
That's why I'm just gonna blow it first.
Great, absolutely.
Okay. And Carl died from the hot stew.
Oh, it's burnt. It's so hot. Rest in peace. Not killed by the half ogre, but by the stew he was making instead. Let's see here. Let's start with Nigel. Nigel, yes, you pat over this half ogre. You are able to find a small, suspicious-looking pouch of coins. It looks like it's made out of some type of flesh. Inside is 10 gold pieces that undoubtedly were paid to this kind individual for all the cooking that he does. You also find a bag of spices. When you smell them, you can determine actually that these are kind of rare and might be able to sell for a decent amount. And you also find a key.
All right, I'll take all of it.
Good. Just make sure you note those 3 things down, the gold and the 2 items. Put those in your equipment. And then let's see here. Mendax,
do you create like a custom item for spices?
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll put it in your inventory for you, and then if you just refresh the page, you'll be able to see it. So I'll go ahead and take care of that. Don't worry.
Cool.
Custom item.
Thank you.
Add custom item. Spices. Bag of spices. Nice. Excellent. All right. Mendax, you go ahead and search the floor. There's really nothing in particular that's too interesting about it. You don't detect any sort of false stones or really anything other than debris and trash that's on the ground. So yeah, nothing too much of note there on the ground. As you approach the table, you can definitely tell that this sheep kind of carcass here was not actually one of the ones that looks like it was curing well. This one has got all manner of bug crawling to and fro over the muscle tissue of this poor creature. Let's see, what else do we got here? Call, you said you were looking for some spices.
Potions in the cupboards.
Potions in the cupboard. That's right. You look through the cupboards, and you see, like I mentioned before, these cupboards in table have these very kind of blurry jars. The glass itself is not particularly well made, and it's old from years of use. As you open up different ones and you sort of give them a sniff, you can tell some of them are spices, some of them are herbs actually that you recognize. And you do see a rather large jar that's full of this sort of slurry that has come out to be a thick brown liquid. Give me a nature check.
17.
Oh yeah, 17. So through your adventures and your newfound obsession with potions and alchemy, you've also begun to dabble in herbalism. When you smell this this jar of brown liquid, essentially, you can tell that this is made from a few herbs that do have to often do with healing properties.
Ooh.
You don't know actually if this giant jar is stable and if it will heal as effectively and efficiently as other um, elixirs and potions that are made in clean environments. But you can do with that information as you will.
Well, being it is who I am, a lover of potions, just to give a critique, could do with a bit of polish, refine, perhaps a bit of work, but overall, they got the main notes correct. Like I said, various of the core herbs you would want to concoct a basic healing potion. You can tell it was probably made by this large fellow who was recently murdered by who knows who. But I would like to, very carefully, bearing in mind the nature of the container, imbibe some of it just to test before I kill myself or something.
Absolutely. There is enough in here for probably 4 good swigs. So would you like to take one of those swigs?
I would like to take a single swig and see what happens.
Absolutely. You take a single swig. Go ahead and roll a d4 for me and tell me what you get.
I rolled a 3.
A 3. This potion hits you like a Mack truck as you feel sort of this sour taste. But with the bitter taste, you sort of sputter and back away from it, putting it down. Go ahead and roll 8d4 plus 8.
8d4 plus 8?
Mm-hmm. And tell me what you get.
4, 6, 9, 10, 14, 17, 20, 22 plus 8,
Mm-hmm.
30.
30. Perfect. You take 30 points of damage. No, I'm just kidding. You heal for 30. This has hit you with the effects of a superior healing potion,
Whoa!
which you've only tasted once before in your life.
This is the best shit ever! Ah!
Perfect.
That was amazing! Could I perhaps store some of this very potent stuff into... Are there any good containers around that look like they might be more robust?
Let's see. Are there any better containers than what this is already in? No, there's not. This is the best one there is.
Well, I would like to report to you, Mendax, Nigel, are you both injured at all?
Yeah, I've got this this bolt in my arm.
Could I give them, like, what's the tiniest spoon that's around? Just a tiny spoon. Actually, no. Come over here, take your finger, dip it in, and then lick it just to taste. Come now, it's totally fine. I feel great. I think I'm gonna go for a run. Maybe jump off stuff.
All right, why not?
Sure.
I mean, I was meant to get out here to try new things.
Oh, it's
and
good stuff. It tastes
why
like
not
shit.
some-
honestly, it's probably not the worst thing I've had my finger in, so why not?
Okay, yes, you both take just a dab of this liquid slurry and taste it. It tastes absolutely fucking vile, and nothing happens. You had probably not enough to do anything. So you just essentially taste a terrible tasting liquid.
Isn't it great?
That was awesome.
No, I don't think great is how I would describe it.
Well,
I
then,
felt nothing.
would you be okay with me keeping it?
It tastes like arse. You can have as much of it as you want.
Very well. Then I would like to do so.
Okay. In your inventory, I will put a item. We'll call it Mystery Potion. And there are 3 charges left on it because you consumed one and didn't give enough to your friends to have it affect them. 3. All right, that has been added. Excellent.
I'm feeling
Okay.
great. This was a good decision to come here.
The clapping worked out.
It did, quite nicely. We scored a great potion.
I think there might be a small error in judgment there between causation and correlation, because I believe there may actually be more of a direct causal relationship between the stabbing of the crotch and the burning of the eye socket that may have resulted in us, finding this gold and this mystery fluid that seems to have this Kenku up on his feet. And maybe we should draw a conclusion that clapping might not be the best approach, and we should probably start to sneak, be as careful as possible, and start to find a way out of here as quickly as we can. If we can't find that dwarf quickly, we need to leave very soon. I have no more magic left. I can only do these flame bolts, and they haven't been the most impressive.
We do have a key now, right? You found a key on the. There were locked doors before, which we never bothered to try because we knew, you knew instinctively that the left door was the only one that could possibly be unlocked. We could retrace our steps and try said key in potentially the ornate door.
Because there's no other doors out of this except the way we came, right? This room.
Yeah, this is a closed off room here. Oh, Neuro, you said you wanted to taste the stew, right?
Yes?
Yeah, you taste it. It's pretty good.
Oh,
It's not great. It's not terrible.
are we hungry? Does anyone want some? This isn't too bad.
I'd prefer getting the heck out of here.
Actually,
Mendax, good plan.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on the stew, but thank you very much for the offer. Just let that stay there.
Well, suit yourself. I would like to and take a couple spoonfuls, and then I will follow them out.
Okay, sounds good. Let's go ahead. We'll do a break here for maybe 5 minutes or so before we get on to the second half of the Cave of the Bandits. It's been going good so far, you guys. Some great encounters. Let's see if you can make it out of here.
We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to episode 2 of Wayfarers. The team has just defeated scores of bandits and also a giant ogre chef. They've retrieved what seems to be a very large and effective and gross potion. Call imbibed some of the stew that the ogre was making, and now they're going to see if they can escape from this cave.
Awesome. Yes, so you guys want to head back to the original hallway, right? With the 3 doors.
That's
Okay.
correct. Yes, we'll make our way back down through the original room of slaughtered burnt husks. Past the dirty sheep door, trying to stay as far away from it as possible.
Sounds perfect. You make your way to that hallway, and yeah, you see 2 doors. One of them in front of you, and the other one to the left.
I believe at this point you have faith, of course, in my studies, and as we know, the door to the left is always the correct door.
Absolutely. I mean, your theory of left has been 100% accurate. So I trust your studies.
Let's do it. All right. I'll walk down and try the key in the door.
Yeah, you are able to you put the key in the door and you turn the lock with a ka-chunk. It's a pretty heavy lock, and you manage to open it. The
Sorry, the
handle.
beans got me again. Sorry, guys.
We should hurry, the bees are coming.
Yeah, the door is unlocked now.
Mendax, would you like to sneak in and do the honors again?
What
I will
about
sneak
me
this
going
one.
first since I feel so good right now?
Oh shit!
I
You
promise,
have
I
to go
promise,
last
I
for this.
promise I won't clap at anyone.
Will you make fart noises?
No, unless it's necessary.
If you're willing to stay as quiet as possible,
Let
and
me
sneak.
let me show you the
then
ways of my
perhaps-
extreme stealth. I'll show you. Do you trust me?
Um,
I won't. I look at Nigel and I wash my hands of this decision.
you know what, Carl? I do trust you. Mendax is going to go in first, but I'll let you walk in front of me and show me your sneakiest skills.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, what is happening? I'm sorry.
Mendax is going first, and because
I'm going
Nigel
first.
trusts me so much, I'll go second.
We're trying to
Got it.
negotiate with an intoxicated Kenku.
Understood. I understand now. Got it. Okay, Mendax. Yes, you open the door. Are you trying to do it just ever so slightly and take a peek at what's going on inside, or are you
Kicking
just
it
opening-
straight open. No, I'm kidding. I'm slightly opening it and peeking and listening very closely. My ears are not quite as keen as the ears of the Kenku people, but they are pretty well versed. So I would like to just peek in ever so slightly.
Yeah, you hear. What would you hear? You hear some torches going, the crackling of flame, and some feet shuffling back and forth.
Feet shuffling back and forth.
Yeah, as if kind of shifting weight from one foot to another.
Can I sneak in around the door without opening it too much wider? Just myself, so that I don't expose my teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. You should be able to do that. Is that what you want to do?
What do you think, Nigel and Carl? Should I go in? Unless you think fart noises have now become appropriate.
Let's assess the situation first. Just
Okay. I will shimmy
slowly
my way
enter.
in. I will shimmy in alone first. Very stealthily. With no fart noises and no clapping.
Absolutely.
I
Go
won't
ahead
even
and
clap once. No claps.
go ahead and roll a stealth for me, Mendax. See how sneaky you can be.
18 plus 5, 23.
Wow, that is a very good stealth roll. And while that is extremely sneaky, you soundlessly slip your way into this room, almost disappearing from in front of Call and Nigel. But as you kind of slide your way in through the door, you do hear a clapping. But it is not coming from either Call or Nigel. You hear just the slow and you look into the room that you've been eyeing this entire time since you've slipped in, and you see standing at the ready are two bandits. They look, very similar to the ones that you had fought earlier. Maybe dressed up a little bit more. Maybe these guys have been around for a little bit longer. And then the one who is clapping is sitting on a pretty fancy chair with some discarded sort of trash that's sitting around it. But his feet are up on a stool. What you're looking at is a very gruff and battle-worn individual. Scars cover this person's face. You can't tell if they're normally just that tan or if that's just from the sort of life that they live from being out in the sun all the time. His fingers are kind of weathered and cracked, and you see that this person is actually missing one or two of them. You see a lot of jewelry, several rings on the fingers that still have the entire length, and several necklaces, along with some studded earrings and hoops. And you just hear a slow melodic clap from this sort of leather clad individual. This person's armor is all one sort of uniform, not single piece, but it was made by the same individual. It looks like it was fitted for him. And he's staring right at you. Everyone is staring right at you. He doesn't say anything, though.
I guess we hear the clap as well, so I'm gonna slide in behind.
Yeah, absolutely. The person sitting on the makeshift throne, we'll call it, will wait until all three of you have entered the room.
And I, going second, then, will also enter.
Great. You're all three standing there, sort of deer caught in the headlights kind of look. Your plan not necessarily failing, but certainly I wouldn't call it succeeding. And he'll clear his throat and he'll go, very well then. It seems if you're so determined to meet the likes of me, well, I have no choice but to grant you an audience. I heard your work in the other rooms. Thanks for taking care of them for me. Less mouths to feed, less people to pay. I was thinking of downsizing a bit myself, anyways. And he kind of has a dagger in his hand, and he's picking at the dirt and grime that's underneath one of his cracked nails. So, what is it then? Why have you decided to disturb my peace tonight?
I heard you were the man to see about a dwarf.
And what is he to you?
A hefty sum and a large reward.
He'll clear his throat again. You can hear that this person has certainly enjoyed his fair share smoking throughout his life. Yes. While there may be a reward in it for you, it is my absolute sworn duty, given to me by the gods themselves, to take this dwarf. I'm doing God's work, really. I'm somewhat of a zealot, if you will. I cannot give him to you. He's mine.
Which god
What
do you
does
think
the
he's
Lord
referring
have?
to?
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Mind if
Shall
I
we
ask him?
I'm sure he'd love to tell us he's a zealot.
Sir, which god would
When
that be? I have the Kenku people. We have various gods. One of our gods we don't speak about. Who's this god, and do you speak about him? Or her?
Oh, yes, but of course. This is the god in my mind. Comes to me in my dreams and tells me to go forth and spread not only the word, but the influence. The mighty, a new god.
Oh. What are the benefits?
Let's see. He almost isn't even really listening to you anymore after that question. He's just going to continue to go on and make these grand gestures about how wonderful it is to be a part of the uprising of this new god, and how life in the world is going to be great and free of pain and cruelty.
And there's still one of his helpers next to him, right? There's one other person besides Zealot.
There's three other people
There's
standing
three.
in front of him, weapons at the ready, crossbow trained on you, Mendax, and the other two people with swords kind of ready at the side. They're sort of exchanging glances with each other as their leader is talking and watching you very intently.
Do you,
Oh, sorry, go.
I was gonna say, do you think that they are all as overzealous in their beliefs as he is, or do you think they might be amenable to a bit of a deal in terms of this reward? They're starving. They have no money here. He's obviously okay with most of his men being slaughtered by us. Do you think we could turn them?
He'll look at you, Mendax. He'll go, "It's very rude to interrupt when I'm trying to spread the word of the new god of this world. Very rude indeed. Men, take care of them."
I'm going to quickly, before he anything else eventuates,
Mhm.
I'd like to cast Minor Illusion. Is there a limit on how complicated what I can get it to say? The description says you can just create a sound. Its volume can range from a whisper to a scream, etc. Can I get it to say a full sentence?
Yeah. You certainly could. Are you going for like a booming voice and
Yeah, we're
something
gonna
like
go
that?
for the booming voice, and I'd like it, to
Okay.
say some stuff.
What would you like this voice to say? Absolutely. We'll let you do this before he sicks his men on you.
Son, these are my children. Give the dwarf to them, and the word of my glory and the power of the new god will spread across the world like seeds unto a fresh harvest.
Shit. All right. Let's see here. Roll a. You know what, Pig? We're gonna see if you can do this. Roll a deception check, my friend.
Nigel is an excellent god, apparently.
That's fucking very clever. Yeah. Go ahead and
Not a
deception check.
great roll. We've got a 5 + 2 is 7.
Damn. Okay. I really wanted that to work. Points for creativity though, man. That was awesome. He'll laugh, and go. You think my god would sound so simple? I see through your illusion. They are the voice of all and the voice of none at the same time. And he'll kind of stare at you intently and grind his teeth, which are kind of this black and green, like barely hanging on there, but you're afraid that they're going to fall out. Upon looking at him now a lot closer, he's moved his face forward a bit and the light is shining a bit more. You see he's extremely pale. Beyond that tan, you can tell that it's his countenance, his how's the best way to describe it? Very tan, but it's almost as if all the blood in his face is drained. It's almost as if he's not there. He looks very sickly. You can see black veins kind of going from his eyes. You can tell there's something very fucking wrong with this person. But before you stare for too long, and with the unfortunate failure of that minor illusion, the 3 bandits are going to move to attack you guys. But you're not surprised by any means. Go ahead and give me an initiative roll. And we'll say, Call, you're standing a little bit more towards the front than the other 2 are when you move in this room.
15.
As you did mention, kind of going in first, as opposed to, kind of taking the brunt of it as it would be. What did you guys roll?
15.
I had a 15 as well.
20.
Oh, wow, we. Okay. Oh, careful. Awesome. Nigel, you are quick on your feet tonight, my friend. You are first up in line. You see that nobody, unfortunately, is fooled by your grand illusion, although very quick-witted that it was. What is your follow-up?
So it's the 2 henchmen and the zealot who was speaking to us. He's also up on his feet.
There are 2 henchmen with swords drawn making their way towards you. There is a henchman with a crossbow, and no, the leader, let's call him, is still sitting, kind of grinding away at the muck and grime beneath his fingers now that he's kind of calmed back down, that you tried to trick him, and
All right,
especially take the words of his god.
let's not mess with the psycho. If he's going to sit this fight out, I'm happy to let him. I'm going to shoot a firebolt at the crossbow wielding bandit henchman here. Let me see. We've got a not a great one. A 2 + 5 is 7.
Yeah, 7 is unfortunately not going to be enough. It does strike the bandit, but as I said, the armor of these guys a little bit tougher than the ones you've been facing before. It seems to kind of you don't feel very solid about the spell. You feel like you definitely could have done better, but it kind of just fizzles out on on their chest of the crossbowmen that you were
Darn it.
going to hit. Indeed. And then anywhere you're wanting to move to or anything like that?
Yeah, if I can shield myself behind the doorway, if I can just duck out the doorway again, kind of just
Okay.
be, I guess, peeking my head around the corner, if anything. But
Absolutely.
yeah, Nigel is going to very happily back out of the line of fire.
Sure, certainly. Let's move to Call and Mendax. You guys have the same initiative order, so you actually can determine who's going to go first and who's going to go second. It's whatever you guys decide, and it can change each round. So just because you do it now doesn't mean it has to stay that way.
Would you mind if I do the honors, Mendax? I'm feeling quite fresh.
Absolutely. By all means, please go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to advance upon the 2 swordsmen with my massive halberd and strike.
Absolutely. So yes, you can move up. We'll say you move up 5 feet. These guys started, we'll say 15 feet away from you guys. So you move up to 5. Is you just want to go up enough to be within striking range, or would you like to move up so you're right in their face? Because remember, your halberd, you can actually hit people from 10 feet away.
I will hit them from about maximum range.
Sure, sounds good. Go ahead and give me a to hit.
Nope. 11.
11. Absolutely. Yeah, that is going to. Let's see here. Ooh, no, actually, that is not enough to pierce these guys. They are a little bit tougher. Yeah, you go for a hit with your halberd. And this bandit, a little bit more versed in combat. He's going to be able to duck to the side, avoiding the very sharp edge of that blade that you've got there. And that will be it for you. That was your move and your action there. Mendax, let's move to you. What are you going to do here?
Okay, I would like to draw my short bow and shoot an arrow at the opponent closest to Carl.
Okay. Call has moved up. He's sort of the same distance, roughly, to the 2 bandits that are advancing with swords drawn. Anyone, you can attack either one. There's one
Let's
that
attack.
Call missed, and then the other one that's not been attacked.
Let's attack whichever one is on the left.
Sure, that's the one that Call has not attacked. No one's attacked that one quite yet, so go ahead and give me a to hit roll. Don't forget to add that +5.
17.
Absolutely, that is going to strike true. Give me some damage.
5.
5 damage. Absolutely can. Yes, the arrow thuds into the bandit. You see feathers sticking out of the front where the arrow kind of has sunk its way into the arm of this bandit here. He grunts and with his sword slices off the end of it so that it doesn't get in his way and continues to advance. Call, you gonna be taking some hits, my friend. AC 17, right?
Yes.
All right. The 2, let's see. One of the swordsmen is gonna advance to you and try to strike you. Let's see. No go. He is parried by the kind of end of your halberd there. You sort of are able to sweep it to the side and knock his sword out of the way deflecting his blow. Let's see if you're as lucky with the crossbow. You hear a loud thwack as the arrow, or the bolt rather, looses from the crossbow and whizzes kind of past your face, whistling in your ear very loudly as it narrowly misses you and clatters to the ground. The last, yes, very agile. The last bandit is going to advance upon you, Mendax, pissed off that you've shot an arrow into his arm here, and try to move past Call a little bit foolishly. This one is not as familiar with attacking against a halberd user. So Neuro, he's moving out of your melee range here. So you get a free action against him to try to strike him down before he can reach Mendax.
Come on, Carl.
21.
Oh yeah, that's certainly gonna hit, my friend. Do some damage.
Ten.
Oh yeah. Is that with the +3?
Oh, yes.
Good. Yes, you are able to pierce into the right side of this bandit that was so foolishly ignoring you, and you stick him in the side like a sausage over a fire almost, and he crumples to the ground, gasping in pain as you kind of collapse his lungs, and he gasps for breath as he withers to the ground. You've killed another man.
Finally, I hit something.
Well done. And with that, it is going to be back to the top. Nigel, you are ducked out into the hallway. You hear the ring of battle continuing. What would you like to do?
Very bravely, I will step out into the doorway and shoot another firebolt at the crossbowman before ducking back behind the doorway.
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me some...
21.
Firebolt!
Yeah, that's definitely...
Firebolt!
Go ahead and roll your... Go ahead and roll for damage there.
2.
2
Firebolt!
damage. All right, the distance between you, somewhat of a difficult one, and your spell, which started out very strong, begins to wither and doesn't completely fade before it hits him. And you deal the 2 damage to him, my friend. Firebolts!
I'm contributing.
Perfect. And I don't believe you're able to move back in. I don't know if you can... I don't think you can actually move, take an action, and then continue moving. Let me take a look here.
What if he
really?
was going past the doorway, and as he went past, firebolt, and then he went past the other way?
Not quite.
Firebolt!
Nope, you can move. Never mind. You can in in the earlier editions, and this is what I'm used to, you had to have a special ability in order to do that, but apparently now you can break up your move. So would you like to duck back out of the doorway again?
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. You do so. So yeah, great. Good job. You slung a hurling fire at this man and very bravely ducked back behind the door. How brave. Okay, let's see. That's Nigel, Mendax, and Call. Your turns again. So decide who's going to go first.
Carl, would you like to continue to swing your very large halberd first?
Thank you, yes I would. And I will swing at the person next to me who is not dead.
Yes, the sword wielder.
Yes, and I will...
He wields a cruel blade, waving and glinting in front of your face.
The man with the cruel barb against the bird with the halberd. He rolls a 19.
He hits with a 19.
He rolls for damage.
Indeed.
A 6.
6 points of damage. Is that with the +3?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Just making sure. Yeah, you are able to slash in to this bandit. As before you stabbed at the enemy, you now bring the blade back around and bite into the arm of this bandit here, cutting in deep, which causes him to wail out in pain. He's unhappy about it. Mendax, you are up.
Okay, I would like to shoot my crossbow or my short bow at
Hmm?
the attacker closest to Carl again.
Absolutely. Go ahead and take a shot.
20.
20. Is that a natural 20 or is that a 20 after the modifiers?
But it's a natural 20.
Oh, sweet Jesus, it's the first one of the night. You've done what we like to call a critical hit.
Oh!
So where ones are the worst, 20s are the best.
I've hit both ends.
Indeed, well done. In a matter of minutes. So you're just whirling from how wildly unsuccessful and then wildly successful you were. You also get sneak attack damage to this because he is engaged by call. So what you are going to roll for me is the way that critical strikes work in D&D 5th edition is you take your maximum damage and then roll again. So that plus the 1d6 sneak attack. So you are going to roll your damage like normal. So a d8, or sorry, a d6 plus 3, and then another d6 from your sneak attack damage. So 2d6 plus 3.
Okay. 6, 10. So that's 6 and 4 is 10. So plus 3, so 13.
13 plus another 6 is going to be 19 damage to this bandit.
Uh-oh.
You are able to, you let loose this arrow, and the luck just favors you, and it slides to one side and just sticks immediately into the face of this bandit, who, without another sound, collapses to the floor. It hits in such a way that it starts to kind of crack his skull and almost split his face a little bit. It's pretty disgusting.
I'm not going to lie, I was aiming for the groin, but I'll take this.
Well, we'll say Call was in the way, so you decided better of it. Although with damage like that, you could have certainly shot through Call and hit him in the groin if you really wanted to.
No. We won't shoot Call.
Okay,
Thank
I
you,
think that's
Mendax,
fair.
for not shooting me.
A huge amount of damage. Well done with that roll right there. Fantastic work. Yes, the crossbowman, seeing his two companions fall so quickly, is gonna throw down his weapon and try to run past. Gonna try to run past you to the door. Call, before you can even wheel back your halberd, though, to strike him down as he foolishly moves in and out of your melee range. You see a crossbow bolt sticking in the back of his head, and the leader standing up now with a sort of very light version of a crossbow made to be used in one hand. And he's standing up now, just having it pointed at that bandit as he crumples to the ground. And he'll say, "It's just so difficult to find good help in a day and age like this. If you want something done right, well, you know how it goes." And he'll step down from his throne and walk over towards you guys. What does this guy have? He will he'll drop his crossbow, not feeling that he's gonna have the ability to reload it in the ensuing combat, and draw a very ornate scimitar and quite a nice dagger as well as he makes his way towards you, Call. Let's see. He's only, he's only 20 feet away, so he'll definitely be able to catch up to you. And with staggering speed, you do notice he's walking he's not walking. He's running, I guess, at you because he's moving the distance very quickly, in a very strange way, almost as if he's being, in a way, strung along like a marionette. Is your best way that you could imagine it here. and he's going to attack you, Call, with, again, staggering speed. He's going to try to hit you twice with the scimitar and once with the dagger. Let's see how that goes for you.
17 armor class.
17. Let's see if he has enough to wound you, my friend. The first scimitar hit does cut in, but you catch on to the rhythm that he attacks and deflect the next 2 blows. He is going to deal 6 damage to you, though.
Ooh.
Yes, okay. That is going to be his turn. We'll bring it back to the top of the round. Nigel,
How much
you
is
hear the words of the bandit captain or leader, and realize he's joined the fray.
what is Carl's max hit points? Like 18? Something
16.
like- 16. Oof, we are a squishy bunch.
You're level 1.
Yeah.
Arguably fighting above your belt here.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna, be nice and original. We're going to land a firebolt. Do we have to move to get an angle, or have we got one from where we stand?
You'll have to move back in. You would have to move back into the room to see him and land a firebolt.
But I can shoot him from the doorway.
Yeah, you can shoot him from the doorway. That's fine.
Let's go. 8.
That's with the +5 or the plus. Yeah. That is not going to be enough. During the flurry of attacks that he's sort of pressing down on Call with, he is able to seamlessly duck out of the way of that firebolt, and without missing a beat, continues the barrage of swings.
I'm gonna look down a little bit abashedly at my staff. They do say the first time is always a little awkward and uncomfortable. Maybe I just need more experience at this.
Keep at it, Nigel. You'll figure it out eventually.
Wonderful. With that, we'll continue. Was that all you wanted to do there, Nigel? Are you going to stay in
Yeah.
the room?
Yeah, I'll just hang in the doorway for now.
Okay, sounds good. Call and Mendax, your turn once again.
It has been going quite well with you going first, Carl.
Thank you. I would like to use my weapon of choice, actually. This time I'm going to go with the halberd. And I would like to take my halberd, and I would like to thwack him with it.
Give him a good thwacking.
As ferociously as possible. Let's see.
Yeah.
It's a 17.
Oh! Wow, yeah, that will hit him. Very well done. Give me some damage. What are you inflicting on this individual?
Oh. 10.
Is that a 10 total?
Yes. 7 plus 3.
All right. That indeed does equal to 10. Yes, you bite into the flesh of this bandit who has seemingly misstepped, and you bite down into his leg, actually. He's able to dodge out of the way of almost that entire attack, but you catch him and cut in, kind of spewing some blood all around the joint. Yeah, you hit him a nasty one, my friend. Well done.
I am the barbarian.
Yes, you are. He's a pretty tough cookie to hit too, so you did good there, my friend. Let's go over to Mendax.
Okay, can I actually sneak attack since he's in combat with Carl at the same time?
Yes, you can. So that is specifically a what you call it, an activator of your sneak attack. No, you can even shoot.
Okay,
That's fine.
then I would like to shoot again.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
18 plus 5, so 23.
Yep, that'll do it.
6 total. 3 plus 3.
Okay, and with sneak attack, you get an extra d6.
4.
Okay, so that's a total of 10, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. With him being so distracted by Call, you're able to line up your shot a little bit more accurately, and you are able to sink the arrow into his hip, which does a nice crunch as it enters through and seems to pierce one of the bones. You hear a grunt of pain, but besides that, his face actually doesn't change very much. Call, this is a very intimidating fellow to fight. Not only does he look just unnatural in some way, you can't put your finger on it, besides like his veins are looking a little out of line here. But it just, there's some presence to him that just makes you feel uncomfortable. But it will be his turn nonetheless. Let's see what he is going to try to do. This marionette man. He is going to try. Yeah, he's going to do the same thing as before. He's going to continue his barrage of kind of quick attacks that's going against you here. He's going to try to strike you twice with the scimitar, once with the dagger, and another almost dancing rhythm of attacks. Let's see what's happening. Wow. You've picked up on his pace exceedingly well and are able to dodge out of the way or deflect all three of the blows, as if you're shadow boxing, as you've done many times before.
The Kengu.
Yeah.
At your light, the Kengu.
He totally failed that attack. I'm disappointed in him. I was hoping he's going to at least land one of them.
You
Anyways.
bird boxed him, man.
Well, for those who don't know, the Kenku are very light, so even for my height, I'm super light in my weight. So he may have expected me to be slower than I was. Just too quick.
He was, you were too fast for him, Call. You were able to duck out of the way. Nigel, back to you, my friend. What are you going to do? Call expertly moving to and fro, dodging the blows and parrying his attacks, doing a great job of surviving.
Practice makes perfect. I'm going to try and summon a nice hot flaming bolt, and I'm going to throw it right into this maniacal psychopath. We are going to land a 22.
Damn, you guys are rolling huge tonight.
The damage is where it counts.
Well, for this fight, the other fight I was missing.
I mean, that first combat, we were, not really doing much, right?
You said 5, is that right?
Yeah, 5. 5 damage.
Right. Absolutely. Yes, this fireball, finding more purchase, singes through the leather armor that he has and strikes him squarely in the back as he was turned from you for but a moment while attacking Call. He lets out almost another grunt of pain. He doesn't actually grunt though. You don't hear anything. He makes all the signs that he's in pain without actually saying anything. And he continues forward, attacking and slicing and chopping. Call, Mendax, your turn. Who would like to go first?
Feeling very confident in myself, having blocked, parried, dodged so many attacks, I would like to show him how it's done and strike him.
Okay. Let's see if you can do it.
23.
Huh. Yeah. Even with his prowess at fighting in hand-to-hand combat, something he prided himself in the past, you are just cutting through his defenses, anticipating his every move. Give me some damage. How much are you hurting this guy for?
Carl has finally found his rhythm this evening. After missing against the basic bandits, when it comes to fight the boss, he gets maximum damage. 10 points of damage plus the 3, 13.
Oh my gosh. That is huge. Absolutely. Yeah, you swing into this guy, anticipating his next move and putting more weight into the strike than you normally would.
Yeah.
And you're able to cut into the side, the ribs, and crunch through several of them, breaking them and slicing into his side very, very hard. Again, blood's going to splash onto the ground as sweat starts to roll down this individual's face. You can almost see he's turning like a shade of purple beneath his tan. And you can tell he's in a real bad way. Mendax, on to you.
I would also like to go ahead and activate that sneak attack again and shoot him with my short bow.
Sounds good. Let's see it. Gosh, you guys are hitting so well.
Let's see, 17.
Wow.
And then damage is 2 plus 3, so 5.
5 damage. Absolutely. Yes, you are able to sink yet another arrow. Everyone apparently just being able to see through the blur of movements that is this human. Anticipating his movement, you sink an arrow just below his neck into his lungs as he coughs and sort of spits up some blood for a moment. Let me actually take a roll here and see if he's going to be doing okay, if he's going to be able to keep going. Ooh, he's looking really rough. He's going to stagger to one knee, unable to keep up his relentless blows, his body kind of breaking. So for these next attacks, you guys are going to get advantage for it, as he's not able to dodge and parry them as nimbly as he was before. But as he sinks to his knee, Call, he is going to try and slice into you on his way down, still thinking he can pull out a win here. Let's see what he's got. That one is going to do it, almost like a masterful feint. He slashes into you, my friend, and is going to deal 6 more damage to you.
Ooh.
Yeah, it slices down the length of your bird thigh, and blood starts to pool in the ground, going down your leg and
Ooh.
making the ground slick.
Ouch.
Nigel, that is over to you, my friend. Dare I say, do we see another firebolt in our future?
He's thinking about his moves.
He's got the options.
Yes, we will throw a firebolt right into him.
Okay.
Sorry, where did my dice roller go? There it is.
No worries. So roll 2d20 and take the highest roll.
Highest roll is an 11, so we've got a 16. There it is. Does that hit?
That's gonna hit. That's enough.
Sweet
Absolutely.
as. Come on, D10. 1.
One. He's hitting left and right, but the fire is just it's not seeming to scorch up tonight. Yeah, you're able to splash some fire into the leg of this bandit, but he almost doesn't notice it from the other pain that's assaulting his body.
The electric blanket strike, yeah.
Yeah.
Ego. Bit of a lukewarm fizzle.
A bit of a lukewarm fizzle indeed. Anywhere you want to move to, Nigel, or are you happy where you're at?
Nah, we're just gonna hang.
Okay, absolutely. Colin Mendax, you see a staggered opponent in front of you. What would you like to do? Who would like to go first?
Ooh. Advantage.
Advantage indeed.
That's a 19 for the first try.
Okay, that's pretty good. You could roll a 20, though.
That's a 15. Not bad. We'll take the 19.
Absolutely. Taking the 19, you are able to hit him. What do you got?
7.
7. Absolutely. Yes. With a crunch, you bring the halberd down on the back of the bandit. It doesn't necessarily make full connection with his spine, like where you're aiming for the death blow, as it would be. And does slide a little bit off of his armor, but finds connection once again and pierces into his back. But it's not enough to take him out for good. Let's see if Mendax can change that fate.
Okay, because I'm going to shoot my short bow at him. We have a 12 and a 13, so...
So are those with the +5 or without?
Oh, no, both of them were without. So 17 and an 18.
Yep, those are going to hit. Go ahead and roll some damage with the sneak attack.
Okay, so an extra d6. So a 4 But that's a 4 plus 3, so that's a 7, right?
Mhm.
And so
And then-
7 and a 5, so 12.
Absolutely. Mendax, how would you like to kill the bandit leader?
Could I actually hold the arrow in my hand, do a somersault across the room, and land right in front of him, stabbing him in his groin?
Absolutely. Your acrobatics is more than enough to do that. Feeling the rush of battle take you and the adrenaline pumping, you go to knock an arrow, but think better of it, or worse of it, and grab it. Instead of shooting it, you do exactly that, landing in front of the bandit leader and stab it within his groin. Apparently, your favored way of killing someone.
It's the only way I get decent damage. It's where I have to aim. Something would have gone wrong if I aimed for anywhere else.
Fair enough. Yeah, with a soundless cry, the human crumples to the ground fully, and lays now face down in a pile of kind of flesh and rags, with his hands spread out in a way, almost as if, almost as if he was going to make some kind of gesture towards you guys. But you did not give him a chance or did not let him lead you into a trap, and you take him out first. Well done, everybody. You do feel a slight tingle of electricity in the air. Nigel, roll an Arcana check.
Aha! My knowledge of magic. We rolled a 15. My Arcana is +5, so 20.
Absolutely. 20, you certainly recognize this thrum of magic, as it would be almost as if a spell has been broken, or or some kind of enchantment dispelled, as it would be something similar to that. The ending of some kind of magic in this area that you did not detect before. And as he falls to the ground, and Nigel, as you sort of feel this release of magic, the rest of you guys feel that tingle as well, but you really are not learned enough to understand what it means. Some of the some of the rings begin to fall off of his fingers. In particular, there are several gold ones that fall to the ground and actually start to turn to this dust and fizzle away as they hit the ground, almost like they're hitting acid. But 3 purple ones, peculiar enough, fall to the ground, not dissolving, instead rolling to the feet of each of you. Make a willpower save. Let's say that is that would be a, yeah, we'll make a, sorry, where are we at here? Yeah, we'll make a wisdom save. That's fine.
16.
Okay.
13.
15.
Alrighty. The 3 of you feel compelled to pick up the ring that's at your feet and look it over with a sense of longing for it, and you put it on your fingers, almost in unison.
Oh, this looks very nice.
As you look at it, you see some sort of carved rune that's inscribed in this pale purple, almost pulsating ring if you look at it in the right light. But none of you recognize it, Nigel, not even you, who have studied various languages and magical enchantments. You realize what you've done, and you shake out of it. You're yourselves again, and you have these rings on your finger.
I'm going to immediately try and take the ring off.
Absolutely. You go to do that and fail to do so. You cannot take it off of your finger. It is almost as if it's glued there, a part of your skin.
Oh, okay. So it's physically, but it's not like it mentally charms me momentarily. It's like just it's physically attached
Correct.
now.
Physically, it feels stuck. Although it's not tight. It's not constricting your hand at all, so you know that that's not the cause. You start to panic a little bit. You've learned of rings and various ones that are cursed, and know that it's not good shit.
Yeah, this is rather scary, guys. I've heard tales of dark riders, wraiths of rings that go around chasing small people. And I don't want that to be my end.
I think they look rather nice, actually. I don't see what the big deal is.
Purple's always been my color.
Perfect. Besides not being able to take them off, you guys don't feel any different. You don't look any different, and you certainly don't turn invisible.
Oh. Could we inspect this fallen person for any other items? Maybe more rings
Absolute-
that get stuck on us?
I'll search the throne and anything behind and underneath that.
Okay, and Mendax, what would you like to do?
I know for a fact that he's still wearing necklaces, so if Carl does not take the necklaces, I would like to take those and put them on to go with my new ring. And I would like to inspect the walls of this area.
Okay, we'll say that you inspect the walls while Call is looting the corpse, but you're keeping an eye out for those amulets at the same time here. We'll start with Call. Call, yes, you loot this body, and where you saw dazzling jewelry, you see nothing now. You see the holes in his ears where the earrings were, but no earrings. You do not see the various necklaces, only the rope cords that were holding them in place, and no other rings besides the ones that you already have on your finger. You do see, however, a pouch with some gold in it. He was certainly not overly rich, but wasn't poor by any means. You have 20 gold from that pouch to distribute as you choose. And as well, you have a strange bead that was also in the pouch with it. You don't know what it does.
20
Or-
gold coins. How about I give 7 to Mendax, 7 to Nigel, and I keep 6, but you give me a discount on the next potion you find.
I think that's a very fair trade.
Good.
Fair enough.
I'll be looking forward to the amazing potions you find.
Awesome. Yeah, you distribute that, so make sure you write that down, guys. I'm not keeping track of gold, and there will be opportunities to buy stuff. Go ahead. Call. You also notice, almost in like a false pocket in his pants that he's wearing. It's been sewn shut, and you looked over it at first, but you see a key that is in this pocket once you rip it open. Another key.
Oh. Was there a chest anywhere?
We'll hold on to that for a moment, and we will go now to Nigel. Nigel, you move over to the, let's call it a throne. Don't get any grand ideas in your head, though. This is a very ornate chair at best. You've sat on better in the tower, Nigel, but for this leader, this was his throne for sure. You can tell by the discarded food, the plates that have stacked up, and all of the sort of rags and papers that are around him that this guy spent a lot of time over here. What you do notice, though, is that the stool that he was resting his feet on, once you take the cover off of it, is in fact the chest.
Ah. All right, we'll try and open it.
Yeah, it opens up. Go ahead and roll a dexterity save.
Dex save. Oof, we've rolled a 2 and my dex is 2, so that's 4.
Fantastic. As you open it up, a dart shoots out of it and pierces into your chest. As the chest was trapped. This is the bounty of the leader of the bandits. Certainly, he's not going to give his loot up so easily. It is going to do 3 damage to you, my friend, and another damage, so 4, as you start to feel a little bit sick and wounded.
Ow. Ah. Kind of wishing I drank that potion before now. That's, did you say 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
How much health did you have?
Let's just say I'm down to 1/8 of my overall feeling of well-being right now.
Oh.
You may have to drink the shit sludge.
I would share some with you if you want. It's very good.
Yeah, I'd hang on and stitch up if it was just this bolt in the arm, but it's probably a good idea to drink some of that filth that seemed to restore you to good health.
How about a spoonful?
Didn't seem to do much before. When
No,
you just
that was
had
a finger dipped in.
How about we try a spoonful, and if it doesn't have the effect, we keep adding a spoonful until it has the same effect it had on you.
Sure. Just bear in mind, your tolerance won't be as high as mine.
Yes, Nigel. So if you're gonna take sort of 1 spoon at a time, you'll really draw it out until about 1/4 of the total liquid that was in this is gone. Yeah, it's just this absolutely acrid, bitter, acidy. You can't even. You think with every sip that you take that this is probably one of the worst ideas you've had. But you keep stomaching through it with Call encouraging you on, who's just so excited that someone else is who's liking this potion as much as he did. Roll a d4.
4.
And tell me. Okie dokie. Go ahead and roll 10d4 plus 20.
Oh my gosh. 10d4 plus 20?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's 3, 4, 8, 12. I am going to lose track of this, aren't I? 8, 12, that's 4. You said 10, right? 16, 20. How many 4s am I going to roll? 22, 23, 27, 29. I think one more. 30. I think that's 10.
Okay, so 30 plus 20 is 50. You heal for 50 points of health.
Up to my maximum of 8.
I told you it's good shit.
It doesn't make the taste any better, but you don't feel so sickly, and your wounds close up certainly instantly.
Oh, I feel pretty good. Woo!
Maybe you should let me open the booby trap chests.
Oh. Yeah, maybe. I think that's probably a good idea.
The rogue who can disarm chests. I don't know. Just kidding. Throw that out.
I am always here with my thieves' tools, but it's
Hey, man.
you wouldn't be able to get so high if I opened these things. So
This is a true fact. In any case, this trap chest has been opened the traditional way, we'll call it. And inside, there is... Oops, it's on the other page here. Give me just 1 second, guys. Right over here. Yes, you find several things here, Nigel. You find a very ornate green cloak with gold trim. A piece of paper that has writings looking like they're explaining some sort of craft of some kind of potion, and a necklace with a red jewel inserted into the kind of oval that is attached to it.
Sorry, what was the first 2 again? Just so I'll write it down and add it to the inventory.
So we'll call it, we'll just say for now, mystery cloak. The pattern, as Call is looking over your shoulder, he'll snatch it out of your hands instantly. And Call, you recognize this as the schematics and recipe, essentially, for how to make a potion of fire breathing.
Ooh.
And the necklace, we'll call it a mystery necklace for now.
Awesome. So is it just the two, mystery necklace and mystery cloak? Yeah.
Yep. Plus the pattern that Call has already stolen from you. Call, you look over the pattern. You do not have the knowledge to make sense of everything, but you understand what this is. You think if you take this to someone versed more so than you in the ways of alchemy, you'll be able to possibly learn it, or at least you figure out more about this.
Good. We'll add it to my inventory. Thank you very much, Nigel. You're so generous.
Yes, Mendax, you were inspecting the walls and keeping an eye out for the amulets, which you continued to do as you turned over the corpse. You saw that they were already gone, and with a sad groan, you continue to walk around looking at the walls. There's not much to see, honestly. It looks like there were some paintings or possibly scrolls, that were put up, but they have been sort of smashed to pieces or torn about, so you can't really make out what they are. But you do see one door that leads to the side of the room that has not been opened.
I would like to try that door.
Certainly. The door is locked.
Okay,
You
wait,
could try to pick the lock if you like.
Oh yeah, let's go ahead and just try to pick the lock.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So go ahead. It would be for you. That is a sleight of hand. You do have thieves' tools, which should give you advantage
Okay.
on this here for you.
One is 9 and one is 19 plus 3, so that would be 22.
22. Yeah, you're able to pick the lock of this door, and it slides open with no creaks or groans. Inside of this room, as it sort of slowly swings open, you see again the flicker of flame, but it is a much darker area as it seems to be consolidated all in one corner. You don't see anybody in this room, but what you do see is an anvil and what looks to be a makeshift forge, along with tables strewn about with different sorts of hammers and metal pliers and other sort of smithing equipment.
I don't see this. There was obviously either they intended to bring the blacksmith here, or he was here and is here no longer. Maybe I should move into the room and inspect it more closely. I would like to move into the room.
Sure. Nigel and Call, what would you guys like to do?
If there's no other furniture to search, I'll follow.
Yeah, just the one chair. He wasn't really nice to the other guys and made them stand all the time.
Did we lose the other guys?
No.
No, you didn't.
I would do that.
Okay. Yeah, you go ahead and loot the other guys. On them is... Let me go back here. Here we go. Between the two of them, between the three of them, rather, you find 20 gold total.
Ooh.
You could take, for instance, the items and the weapons. You don't think they would necessarily be any more keen or abusive, let's say, than what you already own right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Could I ask Carl to grab my arrows from the corpses of the people that I've already shot?
Yeah, you should certainly ask him.
Carl, while you're busy looting, would you ever so much mind grabbing me some of those arrows that I shot? They're probably stuck in a groin region or a head region because I missed the groin. But you'll find them there, and I would very much like to put them back in my quiver.
Oh, yes, I can do that. I'll be right over there.
Thank you so much.
Yes, let's see. One of them that was shot first in combat, I believe that guy sliced the arrow in half after it sort of snapped into him, so I don't think you'll want that one. The other, what is it, 3? I think he shot 3 more times.
2 or 3, yeah.
Yeah, let's see here. Call, you're able to recover 2 of them. One of them shattered as it hit the bone inside of the individual, so it's pretty much splintered and useless. Right, but Nigel, Mendax, you both enter the room. The low roar of flame is going in the forge. It's not been stoked. You can see where you would, blow the billows as it would be and make the flame hot and white. You do hear sort of a rattling of a chain behind the anvil and some murmurs and whispers.
Ooh. Who's there?
Call, you're currently in the other room, just so you know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Is that is that the blacksmith? Nigel, I think you know his name. I don't remember his name, but I'm sure you know his name.
Rongal. Rongal, is that you?
You'll hear the chain stop rattling, and you see a bald-headed dwarf peer over the anvil, kind of with his fingers up on top to get a good look at who's calling out his name. He doesn't recognize you, but he definitely can tell that at least you weren't with the bandits. And he goes, "Why, yes, that's me. What? Who are you?"
A couple of people who've just had a little bit of a bloody fight on the way in here to save your sorry butt. We were sent here from the town where you were stolen from. We've come to rescue you.
They sent for me? Travelers such as you? You killed Barnabas? And he'll kind of eye you, like, unsure.
If Barnabas was the big crazy guy who claimed to have some god speaking to him in his head, then yes, barely.
If he was one of the henchmen, though, Barnabas then killed somebody else, killed him by shooting him in the back as he ran.
He'll look visibly a lot more relaxed, and he'll sort of stand up and lean on the anvil. You can get a full sense of this dwarf. He stands pretty stout, as you would imagine, but is extremely muscular, with a full white beard that goes up to sort of the top of his ears, but then a shiny chrome dome, as it would be. He's got sort of uncharacteristically piercing blue eyes that even in the low light you can see very vividly, almost like gems shining in the night. And he'll go, "Oh, thank the gods. I can't believe it. I can't believe that Lakewood sent for me. Oh, bless you, lords and lady. Thank you so much for saving me. Oh, my. Quick, get this damn chain off me and let's get the hell out of here."
Can I use my thieves' tools to pick the lock on the chain? Or is it just a forged single piece?
No, it's not a forged single piece. Call, by this point, you have come in, and Mendax, you recall that Call looted a key off of one of the guys.
Looking for this?
Yeah, you try the key that's in the collar that's sort of put around this dwarf's neck and is chained to the furnace so as for him not to escape while he's not being watched. And it clinks open. You can tell it was quite tight as there's a lot of sort of scrapes and cuts that are along his neck where it was biting in. And he goes, "Oh," and he kind of wrings his neck, happy that it's free, even though it's stiflingly hot in this room with the furnace roaring. "Thank you so much, lords, please. Oh my, I can't believe we're free. I cannot believe it." And he'll kind of keep uttering these words of praise and thanks, but he'll stop suddenly, Call, when he looks at you and he stares very intently at your finger. You go, "What's this you have on?"
Oh, speaking of this, I had a question. We defeated this bandit lord, as it were, and he had these rings, and not thinking too much about it, we're gonna salvage what he had. I put this on, and I can't get it off. It may be too tight or something. Do you know anything about this?
He'll sort of take a few steps back, and he won't grab one of the hammers that's on the table, but he'll definitely make he'll start getting a little closer to it. He'll go, "Have you lost your minds? Are you still with us?"
Well, we're the only people here, save for the two boatmen outside. We killed everybody else, except for our party, and except for you. You were the objective. Lake Town sent us to retrieve you, so here we are, and I just had a question about the ring.
He'll keep staring at you, kind of judging the situation, and he'll look at each one of you individually. Nigel, he'll stare at you and kind of scan your face, and Mendax, he'll look over where the ring is on your finger as well. He will cautiously approach. He hasn't grabbed any hammers or anything like that. He'll say, "I don't know what magic drives those cursed rings, but I do know this. When Barnabas put them on not the other day, he turned from a raving lunatic into some kind of zealot bent on killing everyone or converting them to this damn bastard religion. I have no clue what he was talking about. That's why he captured me. Or at least that's what I could get out of him and his lackeys. He wanted me to forge more of those goddamned rings, but I wouldn't do it." And he'll kind of motion to this very peculiar ore that's sitting on the table. You can see it's not. I mean, none of you really know too much about ore. You can't really identify it too much, but you see it's certainly unnatural looking. It does have this purple hue that is about it if as it glints in the firelight. And it seems very strange and out of place, almost alien in a way. And he'll say, "I don't know what drives those rings, but I don't know what possessed you to put them on. You should take them off as soon as you can."
I promise you, we've been trying, but there seems to be some sort of enchantment. It's locked, almost fused to our flesh. Did you see where Barnabas got the rings from? Do you have any clue where they came from? You said you knew him before he had the rings on.
Let's see. He'll say, he'll say, um, hmm. He'll think for a moment, and he'll go, "No, I don't know where he got them, but I do know that as soon as he put them on, all three of them, he changed almost instantly. He used to make jokes and poke fun. He was a cruel individual, but fair in a weird, strange way. But then again, he just turned into some lunatic. I don't know what they're about. I am certainly not versed in the ways of magic. He tore through his own room, crashing everything off the walls, destroying everything as he went into a rage. Nobody would go in there, and I was stuck here, strapped to this goddamn furnace, like a beast or some mongrel." And he'll spit on the ground and he'll say some curse in Dwarvish. Because Dwarven curses sound cool.
Well, I don't think, spitting is very necessary. We can probably calm that down. But
I mean, he spit on the floor, not you.
I know, but still. Like, a little bit of truth, please.
Well, good sir, we're in a bit of a rush. We came here on a quest. We don't have all the time in the world. Do you want to gather your things and let's be off?
Yeah, he'll nod his head eagerly. He said, "I've got no things that I brought with me. I was stolen in the night. But take this." And he'll go and grab that purple ore, and he almost cautiously picks it up. It doesn't do anything to him. He doesn't look any different when he does pick it up. But he'll hand it to Nigel. He'll say, I've no clue what those rings are supposed to do or how they're really made. He didn't listen to reason when I told him I have no idea how to craft such an item. But he did tell me that it had to be made out of this metal. And let me tell you, I've been blacksmithing for years, since I was but a wee lad. I have never seen an ore like this before. And Nigel, you can put some purple mystery ore into your inventory.
All right.
If
I'll
you
take
take
care of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. So he'll be good to go. He will follow you guys wherever you want to go.
Okay.
Note of warning. There's still 2 guards at the entrance to the caves that we snuck by. We might have to deal with them on the way out, so try to keep quiet.
Was there one more door in this hallway? There was the left door we went through first. There was the
There was
ornate
another
door,
doorway.
and was there a third door?
Yeah. This was the doorway down the end of the corridor. So we've still got the right-hand side doorway in the original corridor.
Do we want to try the right-hand door or just skedaddle, as it were?
The last fight went pretty well, but none of us really have any special abilities left. What do you think, Carl?
Frankly,
Have the 2 bandits out in the front, like you mentioned as well.
yes, we've made quite a killing actually with the amount of gold and the amount of killing that we've had. We could probably proceed to the boats. If need be, we could distract them again on our way out.
Absolutely fine. If we all are in agreement
Yeah.
to just go ahead and skip that door.
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's another half ogre with a giant cleaver, I think we might not survive another encounter with one of his kind.
Absolutely. You walk right past the mystery door, which remains shut, and go towards the front. Who is going to exit the cave first? And are you doing so cautiously? Or are you just running out there?
Caution.
I feel the distraction worked so well last time that perhaps we should give Carl another opportunity.
I have a plan. You ready for the plan? So if you all hide out of sight, right, in the shadows, with the dwarf hidden, as we go outside, I will imitate the bandit lord's voice and tell them that the stew is ready in the kitchen and it's gonna get cold if they don't hurry up. And then they will rush by, and then we can simply make our exit.
Cool. Is there, with the layout, is there a way, like a convenient hiding spot before they walk into the room filled with corpses?
If you remember, there is that first room that was filled with kind of boxes and crates and trash and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah.
You
yeah.
could hide in there for sure.
All right. It's a good plan. Let's go
I like this plan.
hide in some boxes in that room. So let's sneak through there. Lead the way, Carl.
Okay, I will sneak forth, open the door.
Okay.
Do I see them?
Yes, you do.
Hey, you idiots! The stew's getting cold! Go in! Get your stew! Or you're not gonna get fed!
Very nice. Give me a deception roll. God, these fucking stupid.
Natural 20! Yes!
Of course. I should have never told you about mimicry. So strong. Yeah, they sort of like they jump, just shocked that their leader is talking to them. They go and quickly pick up their things and like push each other over as they kind of race to the front. And you can hear as they're walking in. I assume you kind of hide after you do that, Neuro. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, as they walk into the first room, they're talking, and they go, "Oh, gods, I'm just so fucking hungry. I can't believe it's been so long. How long does it take to make a goddamn stew?" And yeah, they're in the middle of the room. You guys can all get a surprise attack on them if you want.
The kangaroo people, the bird people. I will attack them!
All right, give me a roll. Let's give you
You should
advantage.
have opened the other door.
Let's give you advantage on this roll.
19.
2d20. 19? Yeah, that will cut into one. Go ahead, give me some damage.
Five. That's with the plus
Alrighty.
3.
Got it. Excellent. Okay. Excellent. Who wants to go next in the surprise?
Yeah, I'll take a flame bolt.
Sure. Which one are you gonna attack?
So how much damage? Sorry, did Carl just do?
5.
5. All right, yeah, I'll target the same one.
Okay.
So we're gonna roll a natural, 1 natural 1 plus 5, 6, but it's a it's a critical miss. So
That is indeed a critical miss.
But that was with advantage?
no, it's 1 without. Oh, is there an
Oh,
advantage?
yeah, you have advantage. So
Oh,
you get
sorry,
another
two rolls. Right. Rolling.
see
No,
another
Don't get a natural one again.
that would be impressive.
would.
But Nigel's gained a little bit of confidence. It's 13 plus 5, 18. So
Yeah, that's gonna hit him. Go ahead and give me some damage for that guy. Saved by advantage.
the hottest fires of hell, straight from Mount Doom, channeled through my staff into 1 damage. Take
Oh my gosh. Yes. Mendax, go ahead. Your turn. 1 damage. Well
How
done. Well
close
done.
am I? Am I close enough for melee attack, or
You could certainly get in range, no problem.
I'm going to get in range for melee attack because I would like to get a little stabby stab action going
Alright.
on.
Which one are you gonna stab? The one that's been
The one
assaulted?
that has been lightly tapped by Nigel.
Okay, you got it. He is not doing great. Go ahead. Give me an attack roll with advantage.
15. Oh, okay. 15 and 19, but plus 5, so 20.
Yeah, that's gonna hit. Go ahead and give me the damage from the the rapier there, plus sneak attack.
D8. So that's 8, and then plus 3, so 11.
Yeah, you slice this bandit down as you make your way from the crate that you were hiding behind, and you cut into him and stick him like a pig. He
Is
goes
Ron-
down.
Sorry.
Oh, what's that?
Is Ron Gall going to join us for a surprise attack, or is he going to chill?
No, he certainly is. He has no weapons, but he is going to jump out from behind the knee-high crate that he was standing behind, and punch the other bandit in.
Hey!
Yeah!
That's
Here.
right.
Get him.
Yeah, he'll hit him, and he'll do a little bit of damage. Not a ton, but he'll get his hits in. He's taking vengeance for being so carelessly taken. And again, he shouts another curse at the guy and spits on his knee that he punched, and you can see it's kind of the kneecap is kind of almost pushed to one side. It's pretty gross. And he buckles and falls to his knees, and he'll throw down his weapon and he'll say, "I surrender. I surrender. I don't want to go with these guys anyways. Please don't kill me, lords. Oh, merciful lords. Please, please, I want to live."
Well, there is actually stew in the kitchen. We weren't lying about that, and if you hurry, it may still be warm.
To that he'll say, I thank you, Lord. I can leave. I'll never do banditing again.
Wait.
I swear on my life.
Give us your coins, and then you may go.
Oh, of course, Lord. Anything for you. Merciful and so just and righteous. And he'll take like 3 gold out of his pocket and he'll give it to you.
Thank you.
Do you think that's really all? Everyone else had at least 5 coins on them. At least 5 coins.
Yes, I'm quite new to the gang. I know I'm very worthless and I have no gold. I'm poor. I'm so sorry. That's all I have.
We would also like your shoes then.
Why do you
But
want
of
his
course,
shoes?
my lady. The shoes, yes, here. And he'll take his shoes off and he'll put them down in front of you.
Okay, I will take his shoes.
Yep, you do. He doesn't want to die. He wants to live. So
There is one more door unopened. He could run back to that door, limp back to that door, open it up, and 20 other bandits can come out. I want to make it more difficult for him to move.
sure.
Well, you could just tie him up.
That's probably a safer bet. We don't want to kill him, right? Because we don't want him to starve to death, but
You guys are really nice.
Well, well, I'm a lawful good, aren't I? So I have to be nice.
Oh, you're
Otherwise, I would fucking kill him.
not. But
safety.
you are good. So yes, this is
Yes.
killing an unarmed
Well,
combatant.
good. So we can't
Big
kill
first.
him, and I don't want him to starve to death.
Okay, what would you like to do? I'm at your mercy. Please, I want to live. That's all I care about.
We've nothing against you. We've completed our objective, and the boss has been slain. Go and get your stew, and take care of yourself. Good luck.
As you wish, O merciful bird. So as you say it, it shall be done. Make haste, and gods be with you. Praise your mercy. And he'll kind of like continue to bow and like grovel at your feet as he kind of crawls his way into the hallway. He's trying to just get out of that room with all the murderers in it. Yeah, you guys are you're in the clear.
Oh, free to go.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could have. Yep, that guy
Yeah,
was
let's do
gonna
that.
do basically whatever you said, so you're good.
Go and
Let's
stand
make
on one
haste.
foot. And stay.
Right.
Come back in here. Get back in here.
He's in the hallway.
I was joking.
Okay.
I was
Sure.
not. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. So you guys are gonna exit, head up to your boats, and start making your way back.
There is that one large boat that we never did search because we did not have time.
Yep, there is that boat.
We
indeed.
could search their boat on the way to our boat just quite quickly.
Why don't we
See if
just
there's
take
anything
that
there.
boat? We took
We could
everything
also
else.
just. Is it too large for 4 people? If not, then I say yes. We take that boat.
Yeah, let's walk
I-
out to it and check it out.
Yeah, absolutely. So this boat is a very similar size and make to the large boats of Lakewood, Nigel, that you recall reading about that required a minimum of about seven to 8 people to man and successfully sail. You certainly don't feel confident to sail in this boat. It's too big.
Okay.
And you don't even know how you would get it in the water, actually, because it's kind of far away from it. And you only have 4 of you guys.
Okay, cool. I feel like most of the threat's gone, so we can search it quickly as long as someone keeps lookout just in case he does fetch any more bandits from the lair.
Yeah, sure. Who would you like to be on lookout?
I'll keep lookout.
We should
Okay.
both myself and the Kenku have dark vision, so we.
Probably a good idea. Good point. All right, I'll search the boat.
Sounds good.
So long as we split any loot that's found, aside from potions, which obviously will go to Carl at a
Any loot
discounted
gets
rate.
split.
Obviously, yes, I'm more than happy to keep lookout.
Equal share.
All right. Yeah, we'll say that. So all 3 of you guys are going to loot the boat. The dwarf will stand outside and keep watch. He will say, "Be quick about it. I want to get out of here, please." And you guys search the boats. Each go ahead, roll me a d20. See if they forgot anything on the boat for you guys to steal.
14.
17.
5.
Okay, Nigel, you find a small wooden box. It looks like a keepsake box. Inside of it, you see a couple of love letters addressed to someone named Stephen, and 4 gold pieces.
Okay, I'll take the 4 gold. I'll also tuck away the love letters for future entertainment as well as learning about the nature of the world and things which were only sparsely available for education in the tomes of the tower in which I grew up.
Absolutely. Pervy Wizard has taken the love letters. Got it.
I'm adding it to my inventory as well.
Absolutely. You all finished the boat. Nigel, you find 4 gold. What are you going to tell your friends you found?
We're gonna split it. Just hand it over. Yeah, split it up. So
Sure.
it was 4 gold, you said?
Yeah, 4 gold.
All right. So I'll give 2 to our Kenku friend and 1 for the other 2 since he split it favorably the other time.
Sounds good. Yeah, so you guys can just note down, Call, that's 2 gold for you. Mendax and Nigel, 1 gold for you. you. Yeah, absolutely. Are you gonna head over to the boats now and head on out? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sounds good. It is still very, very dark, and it's probably the middle of the night now. You guys slowly make your way back through the lake. Rongal is a bit more versed in the ways of sailing and the like, so he knows the lake a lot better than you guys do. He doesn't overly make it a point to go sailing, but he has from time to time. So you're able to make it back with relative ease, stopping every now and again to rest. As you guys have been through quite an ordeal. This was quite a cove of no goodery. So yeah, you guys make it back to Lakewood. It's pitch black in the middle of the night, and all of the buildings are dark, except for the deputy's office and the mayor's office.
We are 100% not engaging with that deputy. For any reason at all, we are going directly to the mayor's house. If I have to have one more conversation with that deputy after the day we've had, the blood, the sweat, the goddamn chaos, I may hurt myself or somebody nearby.
Wizard, you are counted among the wise, and we are in accord.
To the mayor's office.
Yeah, so you guys head to the mayor's office. Rongal, he goes, I'm fucking beat, but I'll go with you, if only to tell him I'm back in one piece and that you should get your reward. And yeah, you go into the mayor's office. There's nobody at the front desk, and you're able to make your way through to the mayor's door where you were before. You open the door and enter with Rongal, and you see Mayor Thomas standing there with the sheriff, looking over some paperwork on the table.
Mendax,
I
just
would
play
like to
it
hang out
cool.
in the hallway for a bit until that all gets resolved, because I'm pretty sure my priors have nothing to do with the dwarf, really. So I would like to stay out of sight for just a bit.
I think Orphan maybe would be excused for such a brave and valiant act of heroism.
I would hope so, but they're also very stupid in this town, and I don't trust that. I would like to silently stay in the hallway and listen at the door to see how things are going before I walk in.
Okay, we'll try to clear things up. We'll present your case, since Rongal's here anyway, listening to this conversation, and yeah. But yeah, be ready to escape just in case they overreact.
Absolutely. Yeah, before anyone says anything, Rongal will actually open his mouth and he'll address the mayor. He'll go, Thomas, these fine adventurers here saved my fucking life. Give to them what they're owed. Was it you who sent them on my trail? And Thomas will look up, and the sheriff will look up, and they're both super confused, almost as if they certainly weren't expecting to see their friend again. And they look and glance at Call and Nigel, and the sheriff will kind of light up for a second, but then like rethink about what he was feeling, and they go, hey, you guys were the ones who, I think, broke out that prisoner, right? And the mayor will basically just shut him up, and he'll go, enough time for that later, Figworth. There's more pressing matters. Rongal, by the gods, you are alive and well. It is great to see you, and you claim it is these foolhardy adventurers who have saved you. And yeah, you guys can kind of make your peace if you want to, or do you want Rongal to just kind of carry the conversation?
If I may, good mayor and deputy sheriff, whatever, we ventured into some rather questionable caves, and it was infested with a number of bandits, some larger than others. We made our way to the quarters where this good blacksmith was being kept, and it was a complete and total mess. We are very happy to have served you and the town by retrieving this very valuable blacksmith. However, we are rather wounded, tired, and grumpy and upset. We went through a lot to get this, and I would request maybe a little bit of care, healing, repairs, things like this.
A pardon.
Oh, yes, and to excuse this poor tiefling who was mixed up in a misunderstanding. She was a very valuable informant to us, knowing which way to go and who's what and what's what.
And bravely laid her life on the line in these battles. She shed more than a few drops of blood in rescuing your local blacksmith.
Mendax, do you stay out in the hall, or are you going to come in at this point?
No, I'm coming.
Bashfully.
Okay.
Yes, quite bashfully. Heyo, it's me. Technically, I didn't actually steal anything before. Caught me before I could. Domestic forage.
I forgot domestic foraging. That's right. Perfect. Yeah, the mayor will. Yes, of course. Pardons all around. No harm, no foul. What is important here is that Rongol is back and he is safe. You're safe, my dear friend. Yes, of course. Pardons. No need to worry. Sheriff, yes. Destroy the documents, of course. And the sheriff will he'll kind of pick up some papers on the table that apparently they were working on. He'll pick up 3, one for each of you, as you were now wanted in the town for breaking out the prisoner. They thought you were all in cahoots, and that you all had to do with the blacksmith's disappearance at this point. And he'll just kind of discreetly rip them up. Yes, of course. Care, beds, food. You've taken him off guard. It's super late. You can tell he's been staying up for a really long time because he's still having to figure out this situation. But he looks a lot more relieved than the first time you saw him. The mayor, that is. The sheriff still looks as stupid as ever. And he'll say, you can stay at guest quarters here. Much better than the inn. You don't need to stay there. You can stay here. And he'll kind of clap his hands. Griselda, there are keys to the quarters. And this essentially maid will come in and escort you guys to the quarters. But before you leave, he'll stop you and he'll say, I really can't thank you enough. Our town, it would have been in ruin, absolute ruin before. If Rongol hadn't returned or something wasn't done, I shudder to think of the thought. Here, this is duly deserved. And he'll open his drawer and he'll pull out like a satchel of coins, and he'll hand it to. He will not hand it to Mendax. He won't hand it. Oh, he'll hand it to Nigel. Nigel. So yeah, he hands you the 60 gold reward for returning Rongol in one piece.
All right, fantastic. I'll take that and split it up with you guys as soon as we get back to the room.
Yeah, and he'll say, we can discuss more in the morning if you need, but please feel free to stay as long as you like. Heroes, champions of the town. Yes, very good. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
And you guys will walk out unless there's anything else you really want to say. The sheriff will make his way down the hall. Still very confused. He doesn't really know what's happening, but he knows that Thomas is happy, therefore he's probably pretty happy. And as you go, Rongol will stop you for a second. He'll go, yes, come see me in the morning. I have more to talk to you about in where you might be able to take that ore to find out more. I owe you my life. And he'll bow before you and thank you all once again and make his way down the hallway as well back to his house. And assuming you guys go to the rooms and split up the loot, I think that's where we'll go ahead and end it for tonight.
Splitting out the shinies. Yeah.
Well done, everyone.
Make it rain
Yeah.
ducats.
We only nearly
Duck-
died twice.
Oh.
Or 3 times.
Thank God we found some some bathtub potion, right? You know, like some backyard bathtub mix.
Some good
The old
stuff.
bathtub potion brew has saved you all once again. Yes, we'll go ahead and say that you guys hit level 2 from this adventure as well. So,
Woo!
whether we do that level up next session or if we do it in between, we can decide that. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for the Lakewood adventure, you guys. I hope you enjoyed the first chapter of the story.
Well done, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in or listening in. We do this every other Thursday, so not next Thursday, but the one after that. 8 p.m. Pacific time, we will be back. Take care, keep it real, and be careful opening any chests. They may be booby-trapped.
Bye-bye.
Everybody.